Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to hopefully the final stream of the Trackmania 1UP project. If we are successful, this will be the final one. If not, well, we'll have to go again, but I come prepared with as much knowledge about how to do this as possible. I'll set the stage for you guys if you're unfamiliar. If this is the first 1UP stream you watch. The people who've been following the last couple of days, you guys know, but yeah, we got one track left. If you look at, oh, 1 second. If you look at this spreadsheet, this Excel spreadsheet is from 2020. This is tracking all the players and their records on the different maps. I hadn't put in all my times here, but you can see that every map has a time on the left side here, except for A04. We as a community, for the entirety of 2020, when people were doing this project, could not beat A04. And some people beat every map except for that one. Like Estas beat every map except A04, Gugus beat every map except A04, and myself. I beat all the maps except this one. And now we're here again at the exact same point. 64 out of 65 maps done, but we're missing A04. What is this elusive map? What makes this one so difficult? Well, I'll briefly talk about this again. It's the fact that you just have no speed. You just have no speed. Apparently, there's a new task here from Cartlix, a 647. You have no speed at all before the finish is here. So you can't like build up a lot of speed and slam into the wall. Kind of just gotta use what you have. And then you have to bounce either into the bug finish, like right here. But it's a very specific angle you would need. And then bounce into bug finish. Or perhaps the smarter strategy is what we're gonna try, which is the edge bug. This is the closest attempt I could get by hand in 2020, where you go on the edge of the block, get a bump, front wheels go up, and you crash this block over here. But despite trying the strategy here for 20 hours, I couldn't succeed. Today we are smarter, and we're gonna do something which is very different from regular Trackmania gameplay. Instead of trying to like get a run that perfectly gets on the edge and perfectly clips this corner, we're gonna approach it from the other side. We're just gonna try to perfectly replicate inputs. And I'm gonna show you what I mean. It's gonna be my first time trying the so-called low input strategy. Booker Joe, thank you for the 31 months. Oh, YouTube just bugged out. Also, let me get up YouTube chat. 1 second, guys. YouTube chat being left out. Hello, everybody. I see so many people saying hello. I'm gonna try to play like the most primitive tool-assisted speedrun ever. The community has helped me search for possible solutions to this map. And they found that it is possible to beat this map in just 4 inputs. 4 inputs and you beat the map. So I'm gonna show you that now. Let's see if this loads. It loads for, yeah, perfect. So here we have it. If you press right just before the ramp, you start pressing right here. You stop pressing right about here-ish. Has to be perfect. You start pressing right about here-ish. And then you press left when you're on the edge. This beats the map in 4 presses. No advanced, like, left-right spamming, no jittery inputs. Just 4 button presses. This is the goal. Looks very simple. It's just, like, and that is the point. But because every input timing is precise down to the 100th of a second, if I miss by just 1/100th on each input, nothing works. It completely changes the outcome. So, you know, don't think this will be easy just because it's 5 button presses. It's still very hard. but it's a lot better than just shooting in the dark like we used to with hoping for perhaps a 1 in a million bounce. This like guarantees the 1 in a million bounce if you do that exact combo. So it's better. It's better. It's just a precise lottery ticket to get. And going into the stream, I was originally gonna have like this display up where you guys could see how much I missed each timing by. I got some help from Jav to make that, but I couldn't get it to work. And Jav's asleep right now because he's in New Zealand. So it is possible that I'll have it for the next stream, but for now I will not have a display to show you guys. So what we're actually gonna do is play against the tool assisted replay. And you guys can see that if my car copies the tool assisted car, I'm doing it correctly. But if it deviates, it's wrong. So like, oops, I steered right too early. Now we're not one in the same car. But if they're like glued on top of each other, then I've done it correctly. And this is gonna be the entire stream. Guys, this will be the test of the attention span of the virtual Trackmania community, alright? Our attention span will be put to the test like never before. You thought a 20-minute pyramid video was a long thing to sit through, or a rant, or a khaki grind. This is a 5-second map, and most of the resets will be after 2 seconds if I fail this first right timing. But still, how cool if we do what that car over there just did, and we make history and we beat the map for the first time. How cool. How cool, right? So we need to have lots of good conversations today. We need to have fun, keep it like, you know, shoulders low so we're not too tense because it could take a while. But if we have fun doing it, then time will fly. Time will fly by. Should we reset the green timer so people can see exactly how long for this map? Or do we just, everyone knows we started at 19 hours, therefore we've spent so and so much time? Am I sponsored? Oh no, I just like water. I just like water, guys. Wasn't Bugfin easier? They couldn't find an input sequence that gets Bugfin in less than like 6 inputs. And for each input you add, it becomes a lot harder. So like, this is the best bug finish sequence found by Pasta, who's the god at this category, low input strategy. So this is 6 button presses and gets the bug finish, but a lot harder. 2 green timers, that will just clutter everything, I think. Okay, we started at 19 hours. People know that. I'm gonna start the green timer. And let's play. Do we have game audio? Yes, we can maybe bump it a bit. Here we go. Potentially, we're gonna be able to do what I couldn't do back in the day. Potentially. I would be it's my first time trying this like properly. So I would be happy if I'm able to... Dude, that missed. So that I hit the steering timing, but I missed the let go timing. These are 2 different inputs. I'd be happy if I get a couple of like end attempts today. One's at the last. Oh. So there I think I missed the press by 100th, but you should see them like as close to on top of each other as possible. It's a bit buggy. Can we get a ramp count, right turn count, bonk count to show how far along? Yes, probably. I don't think it's worth counting just getting the first 2 though. Because like, that'll just be more counting than doing. We can count if I, well, let's say successful first 2s. That we can count. That I'm down to count. You missed the 60 lap map, you can't miss this, yeah. Also, you guys should know, this is another thing. Like, the trajectories can deviate, right? But at some point, let's say they overlap again. So, like, let's say I missed the timing, but at some later point, you get on the exact same trajectory. seemingly, it would still be different. There's some micro precision that, yeah, we can't really see. Maybe that's still different. So yeah, anyone counting resets? I think we're at like 10 already. What's the goal here? To hit the wall? The goal is to drive the exact same line as the ghost. That was, I think, 100th too long of a press. That was too late. Thought task didn't like go with the right press. There's one that doesn't. There's one task that does press right and then press left at the same time as it leaves the ramp. That's one thing about this game which is maybe fascinating, is that if you press right and you press left at the same time, left always takes priority. You can press left first and press right and nothing happens. Out of the two, left always takes priority. And so you can effectively, for low input strategy, you can store your right input behind the left. So let's say you have a run where you need to steer both left and right. Sometimes you press both at the same time. So like pressing right, pressing left to stop, and then right again is just 3 inputs if you hold right all the way to the finish. But no one found such a thing. It's useful on other maps. What's the gap of time we need to have the exact input? It's from 2.68 seconds to 2.97. So my first right input has to be between 268 and 297 exactly. Or it's 267, 298. I forget which one, but one of those two. I think it's, yeah. Can you try to hit the border a few times? I mean, I can show you that it just doesn't really work manually, yeah. We should pin the inputs because people will definitely ask. Doesn't matter so much what the inputs are as long as we just replicate them. Did you try with music like one input on each beat? It's creative, but like, oh, I failed. Let me restart my music so that now, you know, I'm mostly just going on game feel. What's so difficult about this angle compared to other maps? Well, it's kind of hard to show, but for this edge bug, right? It actually requires crashing twice. Like, into this block. The reason it bounces so high is it crashes 2 times. I think it first crashes this lower ledge on the right side, and then this top block. To get a lot of height, otherwise it just goes below. Oh? Oh, 100 too early. Close. Could it be more efficient to try manually? Maybe. It's just that in 20 hours of trying in 2020, I couldn't get it manually, so. I am, like, I am a doubter. I'm a doubter. If someone does it manually, I'll be very impressed, but I think low input strategy is likely the only way without spending 200 hours doing this. Or getting extremely lucky. VDRCH, 18 months, thank you for the 1.5 years, and Patch Foxy, almost 2 years, thank you. How long will it take? What's your prediction? Well, I hope to get it in one stream. But it could take as much as 20 hours too. Oh, that's a bit too long. Is it unfinished? Yeah. Manually, it would be deviating from the tool-assisted ghost. This is where you feel the long countdown, you do, yeah. Oh, okay, almost. See if we can get one good start. The next button press is kind of easy, guys. After the first ramp, the next one is easy. Because it's almost exactly when the car lands. And it just so happens to be at 420. So I should press the right button again at 420. Kind of funny how that works out. Did you see 150Ts? I did, yeah. Radish Spirit with 1 year, thank you. Lucas with, you're back, yeah. Good luck with the challenge. Back after a year to watch. Remember watching this 6 years ago? Yeah. You're one of the OGs. Trying to tie up some loose ends. Oh, that's 100th off, has to be. So easy to press buttons on the millisecond. Well, I wish there was like a common word for this. Everyone knows like millisecond can be used, you know, a few milliseconds. But in Trackmania you don't have milliseconds, you have 100ths of a second, a centisecond? But no one says that. Milli, you know, is 1,000th. But centisecond is confusing, I feel like. Basically frame perfect, yeah. But frame perfect also depends on the amount of frames the game runs at. Yeah, it's precise down to 10 milliseconds per input. Microsecond, isn't that even smaller? Not sure. Cent per century, yeah. Oh, close. What if you lower your FPS? No, but the tick rate of the game is the same. Like, you can play with terrible frame rate, but the game still accepts. Oh my god! Oh! Holy! Dude, that was close. That just missed the left input. What the hell? Yo, that's crazy. I wish I could see what this one was. I mean, I can manually save the replay. Holy. But I don't think it's possible to extract inputs from it in the task tool. We can check. Typically, I think you need a finished replay to do so. You can't? Man. Can the tool from... What's his name? Guys, that was already crazy. Can the tool from Big Bang do it? He has like a website that can do it, maybe? I gotta check at least, because what? That was 4, I think, frame perfects in a row. The first 3 were definitely correct. I don't know about the next one after. Wait. I want to quickly check. There's probably no way to see this, but it would be cool. Go with trainer, you can manually finish. I don't think I have... Do I have the hack software? Do I have it downloaded? If I don't complete the run, I suppose technically... Let me see. What Lucas is suggesting is opening a hack software to then hack the run to completion and check what input I did. Thoughts? It's actually not the worst idea I've heard. It's a unique way to solve this problem. Wait, I think I still have it on Google Drive somewhere. This would be... Do I have it? Oh, the TMF Ultra Trainer. Yeah. Now that is... Guys, there's a jump button in this cheat software. It's This is not right, though. This is really not right. I hope you guys are gonna be able to. It's purely for scientific purposes, okay? Can you do things that are slightly, I wouldn't, frowned upon in the name of science? Like, you guys would want to know as well, I think, how close I really was. We cannot argue Riola did it in the name of science, okay? Wait, it needs a serial. Hang on. Oh god, does someone remember this? Wait. Research. Serial. No, that just shows up results about other forms of being a serial something. I feel like this should have. Hey guys, I don't think I can make it work. I still have the software, but there's wait, is there a open NFO file online maybe? Oh, this site lets you do it? Did this have a serial? Guys, we might actually be able to do this. I didn't want to just boot up stream and immediately start cheating, but here I am. So someone made this cheat software in 2012 for scientific purposes. Oh, loaded. Okay, so if I set this to 20. Jump hotkey is jump. Wait. Did say loaded. Guys, forgive me. Forgive me for my sins. Wait. Sorry. This is just to get a saved replay, okay? Oh, you guys can't see. You guys can't see? Oh, because I'm in studio mode. I thought you guys could see this. Yeah, so look. I have a button on this thing and I can press and... Science, okay? Science, it's for science. That's why we're doing this. It's just for science. Just to scan this replay, okay? I'm gonna close the software later. Oh, sorry. It's a bit hard because I have to be tabbed out of the game to press the button. For jumping and then tab back in. I'm so bad at this. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second! Science. Okay, here we go. This should be it. I wanna know. Jump. No. Still further back. Okay. It's still further back. I can't... Okay, it's back. All the way back here. Asa, I'm the most... Oh, I had it. I'm probably the worst cheater in all of this game's history. I just want a savable replay, bro. Oh! Okay, perfect. So... We save this replay. I did not just do it. Don't type GG. Hacked, okay? We do not type GG. That would be... Okay. We closed the slightly legal software. Now, guys. That was not legit. We know that was not legit. We know that was not legit, okay? I have now ported it over, and we can check the inputs, I believe. Curious if what the game is going to tell me when I try to validate this replay. Wait a sec. Okay, guys, so we're going to try to validate it. How bad is it going to be? Wrong simulation. No, there must be a mistake. Replay. There must be a mistake. Wrong simulation. What's that? And then play against it. And let's replay the first let's replay the first 6 seconds. Set speed 0.1. All right, let's see. Oh, no. Okay, so I held right for way too long. I should let go. I should let go of right. Tell you guys. Around here. But I'm still holding. I'm holding for 0.2 too long. I got way too excited. That is the conclusion. Let go of right sooner. Okay, the science has been done. And I'm not banned yet. I'm not banned. We got through that without getting banned. That's a win. Can we consider that a win? It was cool. We learned something, perhaps. Improve. Not the button you should press on an unbeaten map, but improve. I don't think we get in any trouble. What we're doing is so uncompetitive anyway that it's more a personal challenge, but it was a bit fun. It was a bit fun. Now we gotta... Oh, too late. That was another start though. You saw that? That was exact. But I pressed too late. Is this map low input strat? It is now. We need 4/5 perfect inputs in a row. That's what I'm trying to do. Check Trackmania Twitter for bad update? Okay, yeah. Close the software double drama. Already closed, bro. Already closed. Get the start counter up. We should have it. Yeah, there's 2 starts already. You guys, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll put up the counter. I think I still might have it from the deep dip grind. Unless I completely tore that folder apart. No, it looks like it's still there. Oh, but I'm... Okay, yeah. Give me a moment. We'll fix. What's going on in this thing? Sorry, guys. I have such a mess in my OBS folder. It's very hard to know which text is what. But that was first 3 inputs, wait. Where do I know? How do I know? Give me a sec. And it's not this, no? Oh, okay. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. The only thing I need to change is this. Uh-huh. So, first, well, starts. Let's just call it ramps. And then the next one we call turn. And then we call the last one edge, I think. Amount of times we've gotten to the edge. Not the amount of times we've edged, just the amount of times we've gotten to the edge. Okay. One sec. This is all happening in the background. You guys can't see it yet, but I'm fixing. Maybe I can condense this a bit. I can show you. It might be interesting. This is what I'm working with. Just gotta fix all the on-screen elements. They're correctly positioned. Okay, now these are all deep dip numbers, so we gotta fix that. Also want to fix one thing over here. One sec. Okay. This. Whoop. Something like that. And then that. And now just reset the numbers, right? And then we're good to go. I think. I'm a streamer. Who would have thought? Reset. Reset. And reset. Uppa. 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 Okay, wait. This one needs to say, sorry about that. There were unforeseen consequences. So where are these paths to here? Aha. Okay, so notepad. And then we save this as edge counter. Okay. And then let me lock in. New text file. Edge counter. I am not making this look easy, guys, but I never change things in OBS. I probably should. Read from file, this thing. Okay, so if I press this button. Oh wait, we don't have it. Yeah, and I press it again. And I press it again. Beautiful. That's exactly what we want. 20 and this. Look at us go. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. Simple. Who would have thought being a streamer is so simple? The outline is different. The outline is different. I can already see it. I hope you guys don't have too crippling OCD. Like, if the program is easier to use, I typically get very precise with alignment, but here, when it's not so easy to use, I kind of just ballpark it. This number looks so thin, no? I'm sorry, why does it look so thin? That looks better. Okay, we've spent more time doing this, I feel like, than doing attempts. Bit crazy. Last thing I think would be to move the entire thing so that it's centralized. Right about here. Maybe I can actually shave a bit on the left side. I think we could shave a bit on the left side. Because it's a bit much. It had to make space for like 500 attempts earlier, you know? That's why it's like that. Okay, apologies. Almost there, almost there. Something of the sort. And then we got 2 past the ramp and 1 turn and 0 edges yet. Well, one edge. Should be 1. Guys, are you proud of me? Does that look pretty good? No complaints, right? No complaints. We wanted counters. Now we have the full stats. The full stats, right? Pretty okay. It's pretty okay. Could have beaten the track by now, I know. We're gonna drive now. Just go, yep. How do you control them? With buttons on Stream Deck. So now if you missed some exciting ramp attempts, you can just come back and see, oh, yeah, let's see when he got the last ramp. And also so you guys know, getting to the ramp is, getting to the edge is equivalent to like winning. Like you're basically there. Got metronome? No metronome. We're raw dogging it. Oh, close. Let go too early. Volume up TV, thank you so much. Is it cheating when you use the low input strat plugin? I would say so. But well, it depends, right? I wouldn't... I mean, low input strat... Oh! Low input strategy, I think, is by its nature uncompetitive. So, like, what you do in an uncompetitive environment is not as important as in a competitive environment. But then again, it's like... Clearly, the coolest form of it is still if you just do it without visual assistance. Can't dig the 78 months. Is this map only 1 turn? Yes. And if you're just joining in, what we're trying to do is that there is a recipe now to beat this map found by the tool-assisted Trackmania community, where if you press 5 button presses exactly on their timing, which this ghost that we're driving against does, you can beat the map. And as stupid as that sounds, that's the easier way compared to trying to drive it yourself. Because no one's driven it themselves and beaten it in 6 years. Just follow the recipe. Congrats on beating the 1-up maps. We have not beaten the 1-up maps yet. Maiden Batter with the 64 months Division 1 resub. Thank you. Final resub in Division 1. Oh, close. Will this be the first time someone finishes all 65? In this, yeah. There are multiple players who got to 64. Myself, Estas, Gugus, maybe someone else that I don't know. But now, maybe we can beat the last one. Just a 2200 blitz, congrats. It's a really high number. Is this not the most brain rot thing to go for? It is, but the very idea that it's possible brings me a lot of joy. I don't like giving up on things, right? And so when I had to give up on this in 2020, I was annoyed. But now that there is a way, it feels like we should do it. Minsme, thank you for the 4 months. And Frothy Fridge, thank you. Don't let the map win again. Won't happen. Oh, okay. Too big of a press. Wapfler, thank you. Can you show the complete ghost run once? I already did at the start of the stream. It's like khaki but worse? Yeah, but it is. I mean, there's no one is arguing against you. It is absolutely rain rot. What time do you have to press right? 2.67 seconds. Until 2.98 seconds. And I guess it is what it is. There's a different line where we press at 270, but this one seems more likely. Oh, a little bit too late. It's good to have the ghost because I can like use it as a reference to calibrate if I'm too early consistently or too late. That was too late. Looks similar, but it's not. If you make an next try, what will you do for the rest of the stream? I'll go celebrate. Willing to spend more time on this in Deep Dip 2. It should not take that long, though. Like, most people who go for a 4 input, low input strategy, for example, say it took them, like, 20 hours. You know? I predict that this stream we can get at least 10 end attempts at the edge attempts. And I checked with the Trackmania task tools before what my input timings were like. And typically I'm within a few hundredths of correct. When just respawning from the same run. Typically it's like plus minus 003. So the range is not that bad. That's close. Johnny, thank you. With 10 attempts, you should have one finish, hopefully, yeah. Oh. That was the correct first press, but I held too long. A little bit too late, but correct amount, I think. Does it literally have to be exact? Yeah. That is the thing with this game. If you change any input by just 1/100th of a second, pressing too long, pressing too late, doesn't work. So they have to perfectly overlap each other. Just realized this is what hunting for a 577 looks like. Yeah, on the regular map, it's pretty crazy to hunt this map. There are people who have, I guess, over 100 hours playtime on the regular A04. That was crazy. Stop with the resets, play the damn map. Oh boy, and we are 30 minutes into playing this, guys. Like, this will put our attention spans to the ultimate test. Like, if I were you, I would probably just treat the stream as some second monitor podcast where you couldn't care less what happens on the screen, but you're just enjoying the vibe. Because truthfully, like this, we could be stuck here for a long time. Ooh, a little bit too early. Why Bad Dragon, thank you for the 32 months. An anonymous, thank you for gifting to Subway Surfers. Is that a hint? But these are the kind of things, guys, that like, they're very annoying when you do them, and they're so satisfying to have done. You beat every other map with one block higher? Yeah, this is the final boss. Oh, too early. Too early. That's another ramp. That was close. Little bit too early. Fun fact, you will turn more right this stream than more left. I think you're right. What do you think about the pyramids in Korea? I've never heard of that. Nugget sauce, thank you also. But you guys can make your prediction now if you want to be cool about how long this will take. If someone gets correct, ends up in the final video. Like, correct within 5 minutes. I'll look through. I say I will look through, but it's probably the editor. Like on the hour timer, you can predict. $15 hours. I mean, do the final full green timer. Sick jacket? Oh, you know I love representing water. Base. Not too happy with my proposition. Imagine someone gets it though. Oh, close. VOD watcher skipped 3 weeks. This cannot take 3 weeks. Close. I mean, the game is there's no like, no matter how much I've played this, right? There's no grace in the game that's like, oh, you've been playing this for a while now, let's magically give you the perfect input combo. Like, if I've played this for 10 hours and I haven't gotten it, I still need to press 5 in a row, just all the same. But the fact that we already got a 4 in a row, well, 3 in a row, but close to 4 in a row, is promising. Huge ego, sorry, I think for the 21 months. You look at the in-game timer when turning right. So that is a good question. It's different strategy for different people, right? Some people stare only at the in-game timer and press when they think they see the number. I'm going more based on visuals on the map. So there's this line on the track here. This one. I'll look for when I cross this line as a reference point for when to steer. And the let go timing is just feeling. And then the right steering for the next one is about when the car lands. And then there's also timing for the edge. So you're more looking at visuals. Because they, yeah, it's easier to aim. After how long time spent in this map would we be likely to give up? Well, the entire point of starting this again was to not give up. I think if you guys all unsubscribe stop watching and whatnot, then maybe I'll actually have to consider it for preserving my job, but until then, I don't see a reason to stop. Can you mass report the stream for the incident earlier? The Dome, thank you for the resub. Does it really have to be frame perfect? Yeah. Like, that looks close, but it's a completely different outcome. It's daunting, but it's also okay. You just joined Respawn Simulator? Yep. Shortest explanation is playing this map by hand manually. It might be a 1 in a million bounce that you need to get for the finish. So what we're doing is we're trying to follow an input recipe where with 5 perfect button presses you can beat the map. You get that 1 in a million bounce. Guaranteed. But it's very hard to press 5 buttons exact timings in a row. The game runs at a tick rate of 100, so it lets you input 100 times a second. Which means you have to be perfect down to the 100th 5 times in a row. I've already had 3, but it's gonna take... That's the counters up top. The ramp is 2 inputs, the landing is the 3rd. But then I failed at the edge part. Someone needs to make a mod where the starting timer is way short. Starting timer is short, this feels like 90% waiting, 10% gameplay. It is that way in this game, unfortunately. How accurate is the ghost? I mean, the ghost does the inputs exactly, but you will see like the car kind of jitter and teleport back and forth. No! But that's interpolation. I missed the timing. I missed the timing of the last thing. Okay. Any doubters, you're welcome to doubt, but that makes me believe. Now guys, forgive me. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. But I'm again gonna do the same procedure. We boot up the cheating tool. We load it, we jump into the finish, and then we check by how much I missed by. You cannot check inputs until the ghost has completed, so... Sorry about this. This is gonna be the procedure. It's just for science. It's just for science. If you guys want to see what it looks like wait. It looks like this. So I have this here. And jump hotkey jump. And if you put this value higher, it jumps very high. But it's kind of weird because it used to work with just pressing J. But now you kind of need to like press it with the mouse. So I need to drive with a bit of speed. Open this and then press J. So now we have a bit of speed. Open this. No, it's gonna be too slow. Opa. But yeah, that's how it works. Let me put this on the other monitor so it's quicker. Okay, here we go. Damn it, we missed. Okay. Okay, it's okay. Nothing to see here, officer. Nothing to see here. Just some one-up gameplay. Nah, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. But now we can save the replay. I'll even type hacked, okay? It's hacked number 2. It's hacked number 2. Don't type GG. The point is, now we have a replay with inputs saved. Inputs are not saved in replays where you don't finish. Invalid run, but we can compare. Give the points, Mr. Moderator. No points, no points. Okay, the replay doesn't validate. Okay, guys, analysis showed I pressed right at the last edge for 400ths too long. But I did the last left time incorrect, so that was 4 out of 5. I held right for 400ths too long. I'm actually going to reset my game so that there is no doubt. Also kind of good to, like, you know, competitive, like the competition patch checks like what processes you have hooked up to the game. So we've had sometimes players beating records, but then like cheat engine is shown as a process hooked to the game. You kind of don't want to have the Trackmania cheating tool hooked to your game when you do the record. So I think it's good to reset, flush out a bit of the stuff. Bonkers, thank you for the 4 months, and thank you Dots for gifting to Rinty. That's a very good attempt though. That was a very, very good attempt. Already 2 of those. Experienced cheater. Now I'm experienced at catching cheaters. It's different. I think I could make a great cheater though. That's I know all the secrets of the trade. What are 3D glasses settings? If you have the 3D glasses, you can change the amount of separation, for example. Whoa! And the convergence. I forgot what this one does. So you can get a very cool 3D experience. But it's not the best. It's not the best. Off by 100th. Did anyone ever try the 3D setting? I think we tried it back in the day. No. Another start there, guys, but I pressed too late. You're supposed to press at 420. That was probably like I'm getting better at this. It's probably 422. Didn't you say this would take 40 hours? It still might. Also 20 plus 20. 20 for the first maps and then 20 for this last one. Could be. We can also get it in one day. I mean, it's only a 5-second map. How many inputs? 5. The rat I'm doing has 5. There is a 4 input strat, but I thought it was harder to do. Not all low input strats are the same in like visuals and timings and stuff. So this recipe, although it's 1 more input than the technical lowest, it has better visuals for when to steer. Attempting low input strategy, yes. Even if you finish this within an hour, I won't be a low input strat supporter, of course. Some people find it cheap, and I understand that. I would prefer to beat this like without you know, driving like a robot, but driving by hand, driving by feel. But I already tried that. Didn't work. So I just appreciate that it's possible. All fun and games till your world records beaten by lists. Well, that's also why they separated the categories. There is now, you know, low input category and regular driving category. How many people have finished A04? Haters will say virtual cheated. Well, there is quite damning evidence of this supposed finish, which I do not claim to be legit, being cheated. Zion Stewis, thank you for the 2 months. Damn. No. 20 hours. Ninja, thank you for the 8 months. You're gonna beat it but have an asterisk? A small asterisk. A lowercase asterisk next to the challenge. No. Have you speedrun a game before? I tried to speedrun Minecraft. I tried to speedrun Minecraft a couple years ago, but never got far with it. Is turn and edge the same? I differentiate them. So, like, actually do I? I think I just press both because it feels good to press both. There are 2 input timings that happen on the edge, right? So if you get all 5, you win. The first 2 are the ramp. The third one is the turn. And so I would count edge really as getting the 4th, but not the 5th timing, which will happen quite a bit. But I think so far I've just pressed edge out of excitement, and then I haven't actually gotten it correct. Oh. Oh, too late. Too late. Are we sure this is even possible? Yes, thankfully. Because we have task tools. I speedrun Mario. Yeah, true. Mario 64. I have a very proud, what? 18 minute? Did I ever get 18? Maybe 19 minute? 16 star time? And then my friend who's really interested in Mario speedruns showed that not only, well, first of all, there's a guy that almost beat it blindfolded, but there's also a guy now who's beaten my personal best using drums. So a full-on drum kit where each drum is a different button press beat my 16-star PB. So there's people who say don't quit your day job, but I don't think I could become Mario speedrunner. Mogged, I'm afraid, true. Did you know you were going to use this map before you started the challenge again? Yes. So this idea hit me 4 days ago, 5 days ago. I was like, whoa. Low input strategy has become a thing now. What if someone tried to find it for A04? And then I realized, oh, it's actually going to be possible if we have a low input strat. Guaranteed. It's going to be tedious, but it's going to be possible. And then I wanted to do it. Timing inputs based on sound being yeah, it is for some maps. But here I'm mostly just using visuals in the game. Like the start of the ramp. First, I need to check media. Can you explain a couple today and when it comes out? Dumb question. It starts in 9 minutes. And I recommend you play it if you haven't. You'll see how it works. You load upon a new map, you play for 15 minutes, and then you get qualified into a division, and then you play a knockout. Try not to be last. When makeup stream? What? What is he referencing? Makeup stream? Have I ever promised to do that? Can't remember. Oh? Oh, close. How many inputs are you allowed to do? As many as you want, but I'm trying to 5. Like the more you do, the harder it becomes. And guys, there's a lot of effort that went into this. Like one of the people in the tool assisted community wrote a script to brute force test all possible 3 input combinations. Because there's not that many when it's only 3 button presses. So he tested every single possible variation of 3 inputs on this map. And found out that there is no run that leads to the finish. With 3. Now there is a 4 input, yeah. But I consider that harder than the 5 we're trying. So yeah. Why not the 4? Because what it does is it does right, left, let go of left, hold right, and then left. And I find that more difficult to aim than right, let go of right, right, and then a right, left at the end. No music on YouTube stream is out on purpose? Yes. We're playing copyrighted music, so unfortunately YouTube, yes. Are welcome to play your own music, but I cannot play what I'm playing on Twitch. Also better for editors later, they just take the YouTube VOD and then can add music on top of that again. Just because there are a 3 doesn't mean there can't be a 2. Well, 2 is too little. 2 is impossible here. Oh, I missed. Oh, missed again, but only by a few hundredths. Any big events lineup for 2026? There are rumors. But I don't know. They're definitely not something I can talk about until the people behind these rumors confirm them themselves. Will there be another tower climb map? I think so this year. I think so, but it's also a lot of pressure on the organizers, you know? Deep dips have been such a success. It's a lot of pressure on making it good, and while still being distinct from the other ones, making it a good event. Streamer doesn't know correct strat. Dude, the attempts we've had already have been unbelievable. Bandit 42 was supposedly released last year, I guess confirmed this year. Or just scrapped, who knows. You spent an hour on the low input strat on A12 and it's insanely hard, you're the GOAT. Well, A12 is 7 inputs and less intuitive. So that one is harder than this by a lot. What's he trying to do? Just a jump? Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, like, you were asking the question, I know you want to know, but in 10 minutes, someone else is going to come in with the exact same question. So we need a system for this. Because I can explain it to you now, but that, like, what the next guy is still going to ask the same question. Either clip this or copy explanation, alright? We are trying to beat the map in 5 inputs. I could try to drive it normally, and you see I'm now doing a lot of button presses. I go out here, try to get an edge bug and bounce. Problem is that last bounce is about a 1 in a million chance. Therefore, we're doing a recipe of inputs found by tool-assisted speedrunners, which guarantees beating the map in 5 button presses if you do them all exactly to the 100th of a second. It's hard, but I try not to deviate from my ghost at all. If I do, I reset. Looks strange, but if we stay with the ghost the entire way, then we're guaranteed to beat the map. And that's easier. If I accidentally got it there, it would be crazy, yeah. I would be happier if I got it on accident like that, but what matters is just getting it. Oh, hey streamer, what are we trying to do right now? Have fun. We're trying to have fun. I think we're succeeding. You made the ghost with task first? Yeah, the ghost we're playing against is task ghost. But now we clip that and then we send it to the uninitiated. Oh. No, too late. That was a perfect first 2, but I missed the 3rd by maybe 100th. That was hype. Turnip didn't make past the turn though. Just the ramp. Virtual, I'm gonna sleep now. Can you talk about the pyramids? If I talk about the pyramids, you gotta wake up. There's no time to sleep then. Rumor has it, guys, that History for Granite is soon gonna post again. Last I heard was 5 days ago, and he said he hoped to get the video out within a week. I mean, and this next one I think is gonna be exciting. So we will see. This was a little bit repetitive. I don't blame you, bro. I'm not claiming... You know, artists will be known for a couple of their works, right? Like, Leonardo DiCaprio, best known for Mona Lisa. This is not gonna be my Mona Lisa. That was very close. That was very, very close. Wrong one? No, did I get the wrong one? Was it Da Vinci? Was it Da Vinci? Oh no. Alright guys, standard procedure. Standard procedure. Can you guys hear that robot voice that says loaded? No, okay. This program has a very funny, like, early text-to-speech that just says loaded when you boot up the cheating program. Sorry about this, sorry about this. We're trying to complete the replay so that we actually can take a look at the input timing. Sorry. Just trying to complete the replay for scientific purposes. Okay, that could work already. Oh, no. It's so hard to have to tab out of the game to do this, though. 2012 cheats for primitive. Set it up, and... Up! This is actually this is more frustrating than playing the map. The having to. I say having to. No one's forcing me, but okay. Now we can take a look. Hack 3. Okay. Standard steps now. Extract the replay file. Boot up. Trackmania interface. I will tell you guys the results. That one I think was the closest one yet. So no, it was bad. I pressed right for too long. So I can show you guys. So here, we slow it down first of all. I'm glad I didn't talk about Leo DiCaprio's Mona Lisa. If I let go of right, you know, I let go about here. If I let go here, around here, they have a way better chance. So you see that the ghosts deviate right there. Now they're deviating. Even though it looks the same. Close. Alright, time to restart the game. Do the full procedure. So that we don't get in trouble. Tabbing back in the game and seeing yourself jump hack is a sight to behold. You're my biggest fan, virtual biggest fan, welcome to the stream. Virtual biggest fan, can I ask you, if every other chatter called me a cheater, what would you say to them? What would be your response? Like, this is a what would you do kind of quiz here. You don't have mod powers, you can't ban them, but would you stand up and say no? He could never. Oh, he would ban them. He would be modded? I'm not sure modding your biggest fans is a great idea. You would say you always knew. I don't think he would pass the test. With love. Respectfully. Can't use Uberbug from outside a stadium? I mean, maybe. Seems very complicated compared to just press 5 buttons. You need to see a virtual main channel video calling out virtual cheating before I believe it. If it doesn't end up on the channel of truth, that is the main channel, then it probably didn't happen, right? Wouldn't it work to follow the Ghost of Us a little ahead? So the thing is, almost. The car spawns in the air if you look closely, and then it falls down on the ramp. So if you start from the ground, it's actually different if you wait at the start. But even then, you could maybe use a plugin to offset the ghost, but that would be too much, I think. How's my day going? Pretty good. I've already had a lot of good attempts at this. You actually think I got this? Yeah, I hope so. It's the first time trying low input strats. And typically, like, I think you get a lot of respect for something when you try it. Another pretty good one. I missed the turn timing. That's 10 in the first double combo. Like, when low input strategy came out, I was a hater. I thought, like, man, what a stupid way to play Trackmania. Now all the Geometry Dash players are gonna come in and snag all the records, I thought. But then, like, you actually try to play something like this, and you realize, okay, it's not easy. And it's not as simple as just looking at the timer and pressing buttons to the timer. You need good visual cues on the map, you need good feeling for the process. So, like, for example, Pasta's effort on A12 or D11 or something. That stuff is crazy. That'll throw active the 40 months. You also thought that Geometry Dash would just go after get world record, yeah. But that's also why I'm kind of glad that they changed the... or made it so that there's different categories of competition. So you can still compete for the best low input strategy run, but the leaderboards by default are non-low input strat. Because here I'm not at all trying to play Trackmania, I'm just trying to repeat the inputs. Like, I don't need to know anything about the game to beat this one. I just need to know the inputs and then the visuals and then have a lot of patience. Does this mean there's a low input strat for normal A04? Oh, too early. Okay, I have been going too late. So I actually pressed maybe 1 or 2 hundredths too early now for the landing. To try to compensate. Pasta tried to make a low input strat for normal A04. But it does this one very advanced ramp trick, and also it does a start trick like this for more speed on the booster. So those two things combined means that it takes a lot of inputs in the start area already. Oh my god. It takes a lot of inputs in the start area already. Just to keep up with world record pace. And that's why it's very hard. But the best low input strat is like 9 inputs and a 579. And world record is 78. So it's close. Hold control and type virtual for fancy virtual. Husky, you keep spamming this every stream. And I haven't looked at the viewer count when you do, but I'm sure you actually make people just close the browser. How's brain rot going? Charlie, it's going pretty good. You can scroll back in the VOD and see when I got to the end a few times. I'm just failing the last combo. I'm trying the 5 input, Charlie, not the 4. So see if we get it. Makes sense? Yeah, I think it's easier, but we'll see. See if I regret my choice. Does analog keyboard affect your attempts? Yeah, you couldn't use the analog function. You can only use digital, really, for low input strat. Someone in the task Discord had the idea to try, like, custom action key low input strat. I think that would be a drama farm. If you made a low input strat that only works if you press 34%, like, that would be crazy. I was just like, because they asked, like, would it be possible, like, is it, you know, are there any rules against it in Nations Forever? And I just go, bro, I'm not gonna, that was a circus. I mean, that was a full circus. I don't want to be part of that anymore. Oh. Is there a server with this map? There is not, but maybe someone can set it up. I'm just playing single player because I can play against the ghost, so it's more visual. Just defining low input is hard enough, yeah. Does the TMNF car feel smoother in Team 2020? I've said this before, but like when you press the arrow to steer, for example, the car responds quicker to your input. In Trackmania 2020, there's a very slight input delay compared to this. So maybe that makes gameplay feel smoother? Yeah. Input delay comes from the game being online, really? That would make sense. Only 20 hours on this map? No, it's we started this map at 19 hours, so. Backwards gear is a huge difference, yeah. Action key low input straps. Oh. Another one too early, okay? I have to go later now. Action key low input shot was already a thing with the books. It was. We had a cup of the morning one time where a guy found out that pressing forward and right with a 9% steering always gave him the same good result. It was a troll cup. So he placed books to make like his control stick steer 9% in between several books. And then he won Cup of the Morning with the strategy. I'm basically using a hardware side instead of software side custom action key. So you know, it is possible. But that one wasn't too popular either. That's a few hundredths off. I think again, guys, I pressed too late. We are gonna do the procedure. Hopla, okay. We are gonna do the procedure. Sorry about that, sorry about that. Gotta boot up the cheating software again. It's also a nice, like, small rest. I could just immediately do attempts again, right? But it's a nice little rest from, like, staring at the same track, and we get to analyze. Can't you review it from Twitch clips? I can't see the accurate steering timing the game received if I don't save the replay. It's also nice to have them saved for video purposes, so... Sorry about this. Almost there, I think. Does it miss the platform? Oh, we're back in... Okay. Yeah, because it releases accelerate when I jump. So I can't jump that far forwards. Okay, and... Okay, this should be fine. There we go. Alright. Obviously a cheated run, not a real run. We're just doing this to see the input timings. It's silly, but I actually quite enjoy this procedure. Don't type GG. Guys, will you type GG every time now, and then when I actually get it, you'll be like, what's so special? You already did this 5 times, or like, what's the, you know, why is he still playing the map at, like, can we still be hyped now after? Yeah, this is too late again. It's actually, what's crazy, guys, is I think I had the exact same fail twice now. I think the 2 of the hacked fails were the exact same. Yeah, same timing. I can show you guys. So in both of these fails, the only thing that went wrong is that, well, here there's 3 ghosts, right? But now 2 of them hold right for a little bit too long, and the one that went down held right for far too long. Both of these held right for 400ths too long. So if I let go of right 400ths earlier, this would have finished. But every single time on the edge here, I've held right for too long. So I have to get used to letting go earlier. That is the takeaway. Let me close the games again and reboot so we don't have any software hooked up to the game. It just feels strange because you need to wait till the car is over the edge, obviously, before you can stop steering to the right, but it's hard to, like, do it at the exact time. You're consistently wrong. Yeah, and that helps. That's actually good if you can notice patterns in how you're wrong. Like, I used to do biathlon, which is skiing and then shooting targets. And one thing we always did before a competition was calibrating our aim. So you would try to shoot the targets, and you might miss, and that's perfectly fine. But then you would look with a telescope at where you were missing. And you were always trying to aim at the center of the target. And if your shots went to the right, you would calibrate the aim for wind and such. So, here I'm consistently missing by holding too long, so I'm gonna calibrate by letting go earlier than I think I have to. Zeroing in. Okay. I see that. Not a telescope. But a telescope doesn't have to be a very far telescope, right? I think it's called a telescope. It's not downhill skiing, no, it's cross country. You ski flat and uphill. A spyglass? I mean, you're standing at the shooting range and there's like 50 meters to the target. Maybe a bit more. I forget the distance. Binoculars. Well, it's a binocular with a tripod. Is that not a telescope? Are those the only inputs that works? People found many sequences, but this is the most easy one to do, I think, humanly. You thought the biathlon scope is not magnifying? No, you shoot with an iron scope, but you have a person at the shooting range, like your coach, for example, will stand there with, you know, looking through a glass to see where your bullets are hitting. Anywho. What are you trying to do? Copy the ghost and win. A spotting scope, okay. Do you know what gun you used? Don't remember. It's the... I think the... Like, you are shooting real bullets, but I think it's the smallest, like, caliber possible. Yeah, 22 probably. Yeah, 22 caliber. That sounds correct. And then I started with this as a kid, and we had like what do you call that? You only did shooting lying down, and there was like a little ledge you could put the barrel on so that it would be steady, like a support pillar. And then when we turned 12, we were allowed to shoot with like a strap, so you had to strap the gun to your arm to create the support in the same way. And then you also started learning how to shoot standing and eventually skiing with the gun on your back. But I kind of quit before we got to all that. I sucked once they changed the strap. I was terrible. It's really difficult. Really, really difficult. Only one task has gotten there? There's a couple. Oh. Oh, too early. Sling, not a strap? I mean, okay, sorry. I don't know the terminology. These are words I never learned in English. Oh, too late. Next one, blindfold, you get it. I don't know if that was close. In Finland it can be 17. Is this gonna be on virtual TV or your second channel? I don't like that question. I feel like you asked that question in the wrong way. I feel like you're conflating two things here. Virtual TV or the second channel. There's something wrong there. Oh? No, again, guys, I'm almost confident I let go of right too late. That hit the third timing too, but I think I let go of right too late. I don't think we need to hack this one to check. I'm pretty confident. Pretty confident. I will just confirm via the stream, honestly. Oh, this is... Yeah. I held it for over a tenth of a second too long. Yeah, okay. No, I kind of realized that was bad. I'll save the replay though. 5. Today's couple day was almost as fun as watching the stream for you. Is that a compliment? Also, virtual smallest fan gifting to virtual biggest fan. Thank you, virtual smallest fan. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna let go very early on the next one. What's the best age to be in your opinion? I mean, I'm enjoying my life a lot right now. But the thing is, you always get more and more experience and you learn more things, and then you feel, wow, if only I had, like, now I wish I could go back and be like 20 and I would do so many things differently, right? But if you just say, okay, having been, you go back to like when you're 12, you're just as clueless, right? So it doesn't change anything. So therefore, actually probably gonna say right now. Nockies and Bucksnort, thank you guys. Like, would you guys undo the last 5 years of your life? Knowing it cannot end up the same way, right? That's the, like... So you don't know how it's gonna end up, but you just know it won't be the same. 4 months. I wish virtual was my daddy. Thank you for the resub. Without a doubt, absolutely not. It can always be worse. I think it can always be worse. Do we get to keep memories? No, you don't. You just skip back and you don't know what you're gonna get. No, this one I want to see. Guys, are the attempts not kind of crazy? Are the attempts not kind of crazy right now? How many is that? Maybe? Well, I'll check VOD actually, because the procedure takes so long. The procedure takes so long that I'd rather just see it real quick in stream. Oh wow. Yes, to see lost loved ones. Oh, that's a good answer. No. Okay, it's hard to tell, right? Because it jumps by 3 frames here in this one frame. There's a very high likelihood I got it correct and missed the last left. The last left I missed guaranteed. But my timing here was very likely good. That's probably best attempt yet, guys. Best yet. Number 6. So close. Gil getting with the 19 months. When is the next main channel video ready? Well, I mean, things take time, and especially when you do side projects like this. So we'll see. Good, I think the 14 months as well. Next project after this map, I have nothing planned. I get these bursts of motivation as soon as my Like, schedule in my mind opens up. It's like, oh, I could go back to that, but then I don't think of that when I first have nothing else there. Good things take time, yeah. But it's also, I mean, for main channel, the break has been far longer than just like consistently working on the videos. We have been on a bit of a break there because I've quite frankly been doing so many other things. So that I apologize for. I know people are eagerly waiting for the next main channel stuff. So this year it is a goal of mine to make it more of a priority. Just, I mean, life's more stable now. Life's a lot more stable now than before. That is a great thing. Isn't this mind-numbing for you? I've played a lot of mind-numbing things, but as much as this is, like, boring, it's boring with a purpose. Like, what's an example? What's a good example without... So I will find, like, if it's not meaningful to me, 20 minutes of watching something I'm not interested in is so much slower than playing this map for 2 hours. And this map is not interesting by itself, but the idea of beating this entire challenge after 6 years is very captivating. It's kind of like gambling, maybe. Like, is sitting in front of a screen and pressing a button and hoping for a jackpot boring? Well, yes, if you don't get the jackpot, but what if, right? Atomic, think for the 2 months. What if you get the jackpot? Oh my lord. Analysis. That's what keeps you going. Nah, I held too long. Yeah, held too long. You can see how, like, as soon as you do, it just completely detaches here. Because I held right too long. Okay. It has to be exact. 7. You're getting consistent? Yeah, I mean, we've only played for about 1.5 hours. And I've had a lot of good attempts. Can I find your over-the-board game somewhere? I haven't uploaded them, but I showed 2 of them on the stream at the end of a recent stream. And I do have all the annotations, I just need to actually upload them. But bro, some of them are embarrassing. I'm kind of glad they weren't like just auto-uploaded. There was a kid that got a smothered mate against me in like 20 moves. And he was ecstatic. He was completely ecstatic. Has anyone completed this challenge? No. Not yet. Did he know me? No. But he just loved chess. And then he won in like 24 moves. The position was completely balanced if I just defend against this one mate threat. But I didn't find the move. So. Using a ghost for low input strat? For the viewers, Link, for the viewers. You don't like doing that? I mean, it makes resetting actually very efficient too. But it is a bit jarring with like the teleportations. I got a new challenge idea. This challenge would finish a block lower. Every map is just free, with no difficulty. Can you show the game against the kid? I don't think I have it uploaded. Wait, I think I sent Anna a screenshot of the position when it happened. So I can maybe just show you a picture of the position. Yeah, I found the picture at least. Alright guys, I'll quickly open this on chess.com. Analysis board, 1 second. it was pretty terrible. Wait. Where do I... Oh, here. Where? Yeah. Okay, setup position. Oh. So there's a rook here. Rook here. King here. Pawn there. I have a pawn there. I have this. This. Sorry, almost. Bishop is here. 2 pawns. I have pawn there. Queen here. Okay, he has a pawn there. No pawns here. Right. Okay, guys. So. Oh, and a knight. And it's white to move, yeah. Okay, guys, this is the position. This is an over-the-board game. I have an hour to think here. I have an hour to think. You can see that the engine thinks that this position is rather equal. And I was calculating ideas of like, my bishop is protecting this pawn. Meaning that if I take here, I'm threatening bishop here with a checkmate threat the next move. You see that? Like, that is actually a really good idea. I can take, and then next move, he can't take with the king, and next move I'm threatening checkmate. And I was seeing that, yeah, he has knight here, winning a rook, right? But I was fine giving a rook. I was thinking that my attack still will be very crushing. So like, he can play knight here and take this, whatever. I still have a very good attack, I thought. So, I took the pawn. And the engine plummets. It's mate and 2 for black. And this kid, he thinks for a bit, and he plays the beautiful move, Queen G1. I'm forced to take. And then he has knight here, checkmate. He was good. I mean, this is a move I didn't even see. So what I should have done is I can still go for my idea if I play bishop here first. And now this idea doesn't work because my king would have a square. But that hurt. That hurt. And like, if you actually let the engine run, he even got a brilliant move for this. So I got cooked. I got completely cooked. So that was a painful loss, but you know, kid deserved it. He played well. So oh well. Learning experience. A 4th grader would have seen that. Did you guys see the problem immediately? I felt after the game like I should have seen it, but I wasn't even looking at it. There is the pattern with like a knight and a queen, where you sacrifice the queen late into the combination. But I haven't seen just the instant queen G1 and knight F2. Yeah, you saw it after you knew it was there, yeah. Saw it immediately, but you're 1950, okay, yeah. But that's the thing, we can always get better. Just gotta learn. Are you doing a low input? Yeah. 5 inputs in a row. But there was also the lapse in logic, right? It helps So after each game in that tournament, I sat down with some good players, and before looking at it with an engine, just like, what is the logic behind each move you made? What did you want to achieve with this move? And if you actually talk about your thought process, you can see where you failed to analyze something. Oh, too late by like 100. The first two were correct. Chess, but the board is one block higher. You need the strength in your legs to hover just above your chair for the match. But you do realize this is how kids play chess? There's this famous clip of Dina Belenkaya, chess creator, playing against a kid, and the kid is not ready for the one-up. Where is it? Probably one of her most popular, right? Is it this one? No, it's not. Why did it lag? I think I found it. Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah, there's this clip. No? Wait, it's skipping. It has to be this one. Yeah. Look at this kid. He shows up to the board with a bag in a tournament. Drops the booster seat. Because if he doesn't have it, he cannot see the pieces and reach the pieces so well. Bro. The kid shows up with a booster seat. You know you're cooked. That's just one up for you. Do they inspect the seat? I would guess there's tournament approved ones. We weren't allowed to have our own pen with us. You were not allowed to have a watch? Hi friend, do you want to go to the chess bar with me after stream? We will see how I get along. Maybe I want to drink to celebrate, or drink to forget my failures. Perhaps. But yeah, I'll text you after, Vandik. But no, so you weren't allowed to bring your own pen or your own wristwatch, because both could technically be used to cheat, perhaps. Like, they're pretty strict even in open tournaments. So I think at the pro level, if you show up with a booster seat, it probably gets inspected. Do you get an official rating? Yeah, 1620. I'm a 1620 over the board rating, so that's okay, I think. It's almost better than my online rating. Why reset? If it's not exactly like the Ghost, we reset. Virtually, you beat 2 IMs. Anna, you're here too? Congrats, Anna. That's incredible. Go, 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 go. Another IM win. This is the tournament of a lifetime. Moderate nickname. Thank you for the 3 months. Now, Anna's on a tear today. She played her mom in one of the first rounds and got a draw against Pia, which is... that is incredible. Like, that is, you know, a boss fight. And then she beat an IM. Oh, missed it by 100th. And then also now beating another IM. That's insane. My game versus Magnus fun to watch. I hope to get an opportunity to play more aggressive. If I get another Magnus game, I'm going all out, playing something very aggressive. What is an IM? International Master. means someone that at some point had a rating of over 2400. And Grandmaster's 2500. It is basically to say they are a Division 1 caliber player. Good luck getting the map, you got this? Yeah, and I've been getting a lot of close attempts. A lot of close attempts. So, type. Aggressive mental is the only thing, yeah. Man, this guy's terrible to watch. Bye-bye. I understand. Like, I know I'm not providing my best content today. I understand. You're allowed to not tolerate this. This is like watching paint dry. It's like watching grass grow. Which... oh, so many good attempts. Which is a beautiful process, but it just takes time. You guys might be living busy lives, you might not have the time. I respect it. Any new pyramid theories? Well, there is the conundrum, right? Of the top blocks. The pyramid was made up of around 210 layers, originally, the Great Pyramid. And the blocks at layer 206 are abnormally large. So 4 layers from the top, the blocks deviate. So instead of being around 1 to 2 tons in weight, there were a set of blocks up there that you can calculate to be around 10 tons in weight, 9 tons in weight, just on their size from, like, diaries of people visiting the pyramid and measuring them. That is crazy, because now you're 130 meters up into the air, 130, actually 140. You're 140 meters up into the air, about 480 feet, give or take. And you've raised 9-ton blocks up to that height, working with a very small plateau at that point. And you did it 4,500 years ago. So any pyramid construction theory has to take into account how they got the blocks up there. You can model all you want, like different ramps, and you can show this video of this one guy moving these 30-ton blocks by himself, but your construction theory has to account for that. Because we know they existed up there. They've since been toppled off the pyramid. But so that was layer 206. And in modern day, like, times, if you visit the pyramids now, the Great Pyramid has about 203 layers left. Moam Stripes, thank you for the good luck. What are the chances they had levitation machines? I think pretty small. A couple of days this week have been bad. I heard there was a shortcut on the previous one. I wish I played it. Is this really better than brute forcing? 100% yes. It's tedious, but I've had 23 starts already. That's not bad. Virtual, if I wanted to start playing Trackmania competitively, on what game should I start and what should I learn? Well, there's only one game that people still compete on actively, competitively. If you're not just record hunting, that's Trackmania 2020, so I'd start there. And then you gotta learn pretty much everything. So pick whichever style you enjoy first. And you can learn the others as you go along. Oh, too late. That was 24. Why reset after the ramp? We are trying to replicate the exact inputs of this ghost. Which means timing each button press down to the 100th of a second. If I fail, I just reset, because it's not gonna lead to the finish. Listen to Bølgen slår, it will change your mind. I gotta check that out. I don't know it by name. You start the timer, go by feel. I'm looking for, I can maybe show you guys, you can see. I'm looking at this line right here for the first input. and letting go of right, I'm just looking, well, going by feel. Because there's no good visual for it, so just right about that line and go by feel. And then the next right input is pretty much exactly when the car hits the ground. That was 1/100th too late. And then the last sequence is on the edge. Looking at speed doesn't work, it just moves about as quickly as the timer. You could do it, but yeah. How much time will it take to become a Div 5 player if I start now? You could probably do it in a year if you put a lot of time into Trackmania. Is this harder than carpetless? I don't know, but I would assume yes. Because they can do carpetless every time with pause buffering, pretty much. If we had pause buffering, I imagine it would be the same difficulty. But we don't have pause buffering. Wasn't there one guy who got Div 2 in 2 months? I don't know the story. Div 1 is like a multi-year grind often for people. Like, you can get really good records after not playing so long, but to fast learn a map that you've never seen before and get a good time is a lot of just intuition. Oh? Okay, close. That got the landing timing as well, so that's 8 turns now. We can check the VOD to see. I'll only want to finish this one with the cheats again if the button timing here was about correct. No, too late. Too late on the left. Damn, dude, the left? Okay, the left was also too early, I think. Yeah. Damn. Very close, though, very close. I'll save the replay. I get so excited when I see the landing line up with the ghost. It's just like, oh shit, this could be it. Cannot bugfin? No. There is no outcome that leads to bugfin. We had a few that were very close. Or they seemed very close, but didn't get it. You finally beat your PV on the normal A04? Nice. This is the only way? Well, the most realistic way, I would say. Not the only. Ever tried playing Go? No. I have an appreciation for it through... I saw the Alpha Go documentary, but I never actually played it. But I like mind games, mind sports in general. Crooklight, hi virtual, hello. Jasper and also first time chatter, welcome. Why are you resetting? It's an explanation I've done many times, but yeah, just I'm trying to copy the ghost that we're playing against exactly. If you see the car deviate from the ghost like this, there's really no point continuing. Just here for the frustration. I mean, I would say we're doing a good job not losing our minds. There's a few. We've lost a few. But that's to be expected. Try the new LOL season? No. I'm sure my friends will convince me to. That's a time sink, bro. That's such a time sink. Oh, too early, yeah. Too early. Probably even like 300th too early there. What's your favorite Netflix documentary? Favorite Netflix documentary? You know, the thing is, like, it's so hard to remember them by name. The first one that came to mind that I watched recently is the Epstein one, the Filthy Rich documentary. I wouldn't say it's the best thing I've ever watched, but that's a good watch. Ancient Apocalypse. You can watch Ancient Apocalypse, just please don't believe all the things that Graham Hancock says. Free Solo, that's a good shout, but does Netflix have it? I'm not sure they have it. Is the green timer now just A04 or all tracks? It's all tracks. We've been playing A04 for 2 hours. Oh, dommage. $100 off the Lenny input. Again. So many attempts now. Getting a feeling for it. Coke or Pepsi? Bro, have you seen my jacket? I am never getting a Pepsi sponsorship, and that's okay. That is okay. I have picked my side in the water, in the battle of the water brands. Statistically, it's one good attempt every 4 minutes, yeah. And the third input is easier than the first two, guys. Like, it's a lot easier. Because you have such a visual for it. I saw the Coke video, yeah, of the guy recreating it. I really wanted to get a flavor sample, but he only ships to the US. Crazy bug sled thing, never mind bros, I'm listening. There was one task line we found that had a bug slide fling, but it doesn't work. If you're talking about Dragon Eat, that doesn't work either. Coke video is crazy, yeah. Better question is still or sparkling water? Sparkling water is a hassle to prepare yourself, I think. Like, even if you have a soda stream, I'd probably just drink tap water. But where we played the chess tournament, they had sparkling water on tap. So when I was playing the chess tournament, I had a lot of sparkling water. But it makes this, like, you're sitting in a very quiet room, right, when you're playing chess tournaments. And so for a lot of the time, all I could hear was like the drizzling, like the small background noise of just bubbles, like, going to the surface of the water all the time. The sizzling, yeah. I was thinking maybe it distracted my opponent, I don't know. The fizz. Imagine being in a room full of belching chess players. What's belching? What's that mean? Virtual speedrun and Spurs losing. Life might be peaking. Oh, burping. Oh, I see. Now they just cough and sneeze and everything. And respectfully, there was one kid that Bendik, are you still here? Bendik, are you still in chat? You can confirm this. I hope he's still here. There was one kid in the playing hall who he was thinking really hard, I'm sure, right? He's in a variation. And then sometimes you're thinking through a variation and you reach a move and it doesn't make sense, or you're like calculating, you're maybe 5 moves into thinking, what should I do next? And then you lose your train of thought. And it's like, you know, oh, where am I on my thoughts? But he didn't make like a, he didn't make that noise. It was more like a high-pitched noise. And it was very loud in a quiet room. So there's maybe 200 people sitting there, each by their board. And every now and then you hear like a... and everyone's heads are turning. And it's just this kid that's like mid-calculation, loses his train of thought, and lets out this noise. It was crazy. And like, you know, you want to be respectful, so you don't want to start losing, but or laughing, but like, bro, what the? And he was like contorting his face and just like. Like, you feel bad for the kid, yeah. It happened many times too. So. Are distracting sounds disqualifying? Yeah, you're not allowed to do anything to mess with your opponent. Like, if you... I mean, if you brush legs with your opponent intentionally, I think that could be cause for disqualification. If you, like, tap a pencil, you know, like you have the on-off on, like, a regular pencil. If you tap your pencil a lot, things like disqualification. A lot of that kind of stuff. How did it feel getting a compliment from Magnus Carlsen, you know? I'm used to it. I'm used to it. It was still nice, but you know, when you get to a certain level in chess, people compliment you all the time. So that's just what it is. Once you've made it. No, it was very cool. It was very cool. Very, very cool. Let go, bro! Why are you still holding right? I should let go here-ish, just after the wheels go off the ledge, guys. Here I have to let go of right. And... I pressed it too late, too. I am trying to make a good habit of shutting up when I'm close, but... did it too late there. Did you consider playing the Bomb Cloud against Magnus? No. I think you need to be a certain level to play games like that. Edge counter, you're gonna snap, but it wasn't. I was way too late. It wasn't an accurate let go of right input at the edge. So I don't think I can count it. Is it frame perfect? Yeah. All the inputs are exact to 100th. Who did the ghost replay? It's done by TAS. Well, so I made it with the TAS tools. So close, I believe in you, thank you. I would be very lonely if I did this all by myself. It's cool to do it with you guys, even if it's a bit brain rot. Is this still considered official even with the TAS Ghost? We do have world records already that play against TAS Ghost on competitive maps, you could say. Like, a lot of world records in recent years have been set playing against the TAS Ghost on certain maps. So that in and of itself is not illegal. But for low input, you know, it's less pure. Like, it's more pure if you just do the inputs by yourself, no reference of a ghost. But I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for myself. Does he only read subscribers' comments? No. Then I'd put it into sub-only mode. You're all good. Is 60 FPS frame perfect or 120? It's 100 ticks per second, so the game can receive an input every 0.01 seconds. So you have to hit it down to the 100th. Oh, too early by 100th, for example. It's very close. So this is a keyboard map? Yeah, it doesn't work with digital, with analog input. You need digital. Why did you disable sub alerts too many subs? I think just... No disrespectfully, Twitch chat. I think it makes the YouTube videos of streamed content better. That's not to say I like YouTube more than you guys. That's not to say I don't value your support. But just like the boom explosion, text to speech plus 777777777, you know, like it can become a bit distracting when you're in a train of thought. So they're more they're more cohesive without. And you can do. Wait, what is going on? Guys, was that 3 perfect starts in a row? Wait, was that 3 in a row on the first timing? I'm cooking. Ah, the streak. Okay. Tacky Dingle to 17 months. So, you could do what Scrappy, for example, does, which is you have the audio soundtrack of alerts going to Twitch, but not to YouTube. But then what often happens is, like, he'll be talking about a story, and then mid-sentence stop, and then respond to a comment that's read out loud by text-to-speech that people in the video can't hear. Which also becomes a bit strange. So, it's hard to balance. Maybe the best would be alerts on for a while, and then when you're doing video things, you turn them. I think I pressed right for too long again. Yeah, I think I pressed right for too long. Let's see. Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go. Oh. Always too long and left too early too. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna let go of right super early next time. I'm always too late now. Why do you reset early a lot? If it's not aligned with the ghost, I reset. Like that is off the line. Many streams get ruined by all the bing bing bang sounds in TTS. You happy I don't have it? I think it's just a choice with what kind of stream you want. Some streams are incredibly good because of all the chaos. So it's like different experiences, I guess, but I've kind of found what I think works for me and the content I make. Edge bug into the road, yeah. And then you bounce on the wall, correct. The Sammy stream goes hard. Samifying is a great example of like alert settings done right, yeah, in Trackmania. Close. Or do you remember the concrete RPG map? Yeah, but I never played it. Oh. Oh, too early. Will you stream any other games? Maybe. No, that can't have been good. I got the start. That can't have been good though. We're getting so many attempts. but I must have pressed or let go too early. No! Oh, this is so good. I did it at the right time, actually. Like, just about 541 will work, but I pressed left too early. Left too early by 400ths, guys. Oh, you guys can't see. Sorry, I didn't change scene. Yeah, so here. Letting go of right between 541 and 543 can work, but I pressed left at 47, and this is, yeah, plus minus 500 too early. So this one we're actually going to count as an edge because the right input was correct. That's what that last category is. If the right input is correct, we're going to save it. Even the car goes for a swim before virtual does. Bendik, I completed our bet, bro. But, Bendik, now that you're here, I gotta ask you, because we talked about this earlier. Do you remember the kid in the playing hall in the chess tournament that sometimes after he finished thinking would make this like noise and everyone in the playing hall would kind of turn their heads? It's real. It was so crazy. It was okay. It was, yeah. I was just telling the story. I was hoping you were here then, but yeah. Unbelievable. Someone needs to tell him, like, respectfully. You were sitting, like, pretty close to it, too. Virtual's a bully? Not a bully. I'm not bullying kids. But, like, someone should tell the kid that you shouldn't make noises like that in a tournament. You know, could be the opponent, by the way. I did find it a bit distracting that you... But, like, I'm not gonna go up to the kid and say, hey, don't do that. I'm playing my game. Respectfully asking the kid to turn over his lunch. I didn't talk to the kid. I'm even anonymizing the name. I'm bullying a hypothetical. I'm not bullying, and the kid is even just a hypothetical kid. I could have made this up. Fake story. Missed. It shouldn't take 2 hours at virtual 2 hours ago. Yeah, but that 2 hours is nothing. Also, thank you guys for helping explain. I see in the YouTube chat that a lot of people are helping explain what we're doing. Thank you guys for helping. Let's me focus on the attempts. I heard winter finally reached Sweden. Yeah. People here are not prepared. We had some opponents that showed up like late to their games because they were snowed in during the tournament and stuff. You had a tournament game where some old guy was exhaling at you every 30 seconds and his breath was bad, you were suffering. Sounds inexperienced too. Also, yo, Core, are you going by muscle memory or are you looking at the timer to time your inputs? I'm looking at visual marks on the track, Core. So, this line right here, for example. Also, guys, X-Core has been a viewer since, God knows, 2019. Cool to see another OG in the chat when we play Nations Forever. It's a 5 input chat I'm going for. People are begging for a joke. Absolutely begging for a joke. Do I have a good joke in store? I don't know if I do. I can tell you a Norwegian joke. Should I tell you a Norwegian joke, chat? Hva sa kapteinen da han så en ål på høyre siden av båten? All right. I mean, that's a good one. Whoa, classic. Classic. Yeah, you guys can translate if you want. You don't get it. I'm sorry. It's a bit complex of a joke. It has so many layers, you see. Virtual, can you tell us a Swedish joke? First of all, Ruben, thank you for the 21 months. Do they have good jokes in Sweden? Do they have good jokes? Or are they the joke? I'm not sure. Not sure. Working on figuring it out. They do have a good joke, the Vasa ship. Oh, that's a classic. Can I tell you guys some history? The other day when we were doing 1UP, I was teaching you guys about like Norwegian history. Can I teach you a piece of Swedish history? So listen to this, right? The year is 1623. We're sort of at Sweden's height of power globally. They had, you know, fought a lot in the Baltic Sea, and at one point, you know, their king, he wanted to even invade Finland and Russia and stuff. Like, they were expanding territory by quite a lot. And so at the time they were building a new fleet, a new naval fleet, and the king wanted a beautiful, big, decorated ship. So he commissioned this, and they worked on it for months, maybe even years. Massive ship, several floors, capable of having a crew of several hundred people working on it. Like full-on Pirates of the Caribbean type ship. In 1623, they put it to they put it into the water for the first time, and within 45 minutes, it sinks. After a lot of work. That was supposed to be like their crown jewel of their navy. 45 minutes and it sinks. Because they built it in very strange proportions so that it just... like, it was far too tall compared to wide, so it just didn't balance properly in the water. And then in the 1960s, someone, you know, read up on the lore and then like found out ish where the boat might have sunk, and they found the boat. And they fished it out of the sea and put it in a museum. So if you visit Stockholm, you can see the Vasa ship still in the museum where they've pieced it back together. They're like, look at this thing. This is the boat. They built all this, guys, just for it to sink in 45 minutes. It looks straight up like Pirates of the Caribbean. Like, it's kind of sick, honestly. But, you know, like, look at that. And this would be painted and decorated and stuff. But yeah, kind of insane. It's really cool IRL. You've been inside, but you can't go inside the boat, right? Have you actually been onto the boat? Because like, I've been to the museum a few times, but only on the outside. Oh, you used to? Wow, really? Because when I visited, I could only see it from the outside. That's cool. Huh. So there's a history lesson. Oh, 100th too early. And it is kind of an interesting thing, right? Like, this warship was only preserved because of what a failure they did with its design, right? if they designed it properly, it would just be blown to smithereens in some battle and we wouldn't remember it. But because it kind of like failed in a safe way close to the harbor of Stockholm, they could recover it. And there's not that many ships in the world that are that well preserved from that time. So it's interesting, sometimes a failure can be a good thing. Virtual, this is turning into a hard watch, brother. I don't blame you. WOD watchers skip 2 hours, honestly. It could take a... Oh, too early. Could take a while. Is 64 out of 65 a personal counter for virtual or a community effort thing? It's both, actually. There are several other players also who have gotten 64 out of 65. I've now done it twice, but still have not beaten this one. Is your right hand the keyboard steering yet? Almost. In north of Spain, there's a recreation of a whale catching boat. Made by hand, also impressive. Now, it's crazy how many things people made of, like, insane size, probably, right? That just hasn't survived. Like, we have so many things made of rock, made of stone, that have survived in the archaeological record, but so few wooden things. Or, like, made of papyri, right? Like paper. And all these perishable materials. Kinda sad to think about. They do say in archaeology that the oldest thing is never actually the oldest thing. It's just the oldest thing they've found. I think that's good to remember too. Low input strategy stands for locked in syndrome. I suffer all the time. It's like the oldest settlement they find might not be the oldest settlement, the oldest proof of agriculture. I think I know this one, but that was very close. I'm gonna quickly check the VOD. I think this was steering at 42, and or was it 46.52? Let's see. Yeah, I think this is letting go at 46 and 52. Okay, I'm a nerd. 546 into 552 and you get this one. Which looks so close, but it's different. Okay. I've studied. I've done my homework. 12. You need air? I do. I've been taking this seriously. What are the times you want to see there? There's a lot of possible ones, but generally, you want to let go of steering right around 41 to 43. And then you want to press left around 54, 55. So there's about a 1/10 of a second window from you let go of right till you press left. And there's not one combo, there's like 5 different ones. So it's just a ballpark on the last one. But yeah. Edge, well, I didn't let go of right at the correct time. Is it a 6 input run? Does forward button count and key releases? Key releases count, but forward button you get always correct because you're just holding up at 0. So that one is redundant to count. How did it feel getting the 23401? on D14. Oh. Well, obviously very exciting. Very happy to take back a record I've been going for so long. What even is edge? Like, is he edging IRL or what are we talking about? Different type of edging. Edge bug, steering correctly on the edge. Like, as I've been saying the other day, and it applies to this map too. Here, it's about releasing at the edge correctly. Because if you don't, you're not going to finish. And that's the measure there. Like, if I release correctly on the edge, it has a better chance of finishing. I still get at the left input, but that's like closer category than just getting the turn. What are other types of edging? Well, you can get an edge against someone, right? Sometimes you can have a small edge, a big edge. Oh? Ah, too early. I think in general now, guys, my press and release of the first steering has gotten very good. So if I press at the right 100th in the start, I typically end up getting the trajectory. That was failed, but typically. Tell us about pyramids, we know you can't resist it. But the thing is, I've talked so much about pyramids. I don't know what you guys want to know anymore. I know the things I know and find cool, but it's a lot easier with some pressing questions, some things you're dying to know. Virtual, have you told us about the Kon-Tiki expedition? That's fascinating too. This is one of the more well-known Norwegians in history. His name is Thor Heyerdahl. And in the 1950s, or maybe it was earlier, I think 1950s though, he wanted to prove that the Polynesians, so, you know, the people that have a genetic ancestry on all kinds of islands, like Easter Island is one of them, and a few other ones, I don't remember the exact island set, that they would have traveled with ocean streams from, oh, I forget the direction. Was it from east to west or west to east? Don't remember anymore. Either way, he built a wooden raft, invited some friends and said, yo guys, y'all want to go on an adventure with me? We're just gonna go on a raft, we're not gonna paddle, we're not gonna have an engine, we're just gonna get taken by the ocean current and end up on an island. It was from Peru, okay, yeah. So they traveled from Peru to Micronesia. And this voyage took, I don't know, 100 days. And they, like, caught fish and chilled out. And I think they had some way to separate, like, the salt from salt water. So they could drink water, collect rainwater, stuff like that. But what's fascinating is I don't remember how, but I think they found out after this expedition that they actually traveled the other way around the Earth, the Polynesians. So although they proved it was possible to do it this way, the Polynesians traveled the other way. Do you love Janik? Yes. I do. Intimately, I mean, we've kissed. Nothing much though, but more as a brother. Have you ever seen the pyramids in real life? No, but I want to. I want to. Casually dropping crazy lore. Guys, there was a Trackmania party I went to where I do not remember why, but I kissed a lot of the top players, and I did not initiate this. I just want to say, because I said it in a way where it sounded like I initiated this, but no, it was. Swear to God, someone else at the party initiated this, and it became a thing. Like, dudes were just walking around kissing each other on the lips. So I have, you know, kissed quite a lot of the top players, I'll have you know. Sounds like a Diddy party. Point of view, you're Carl Jr. at your first Trackmania party. What do you mean? What's that emote? It's crazy. Kiss/overall ratings? Well, I don't need to get into the details, but I think a lot of guys don't think about this, but it's strange to kiss someone who has a beard. Like, you never have to confront it, but it is like sandpaper all over. It's different. Who has a beard? Well, now you can start thinking. But no. So that was strange. Was it on an island? Well, it actually was, but no. Not that island. Can this be in the video? Oh, this is absolutely not in the video. Did you get there by raft? We did not get there by raft over the Atlantic Ocean. Why are you kissing bearded guys? I said it was at a party. Things happened. Keep talking about the island and you'll get this in no time. That's the thing, right? Like, if you do a stream like this where you're just yapping and doing attempts, you have no control over what will actually be the run where you win. The Trackmania freak off. First comment in the chat, first message. That will be in your logs, buddy. With no context. How'd you get invited? I mean, so it's a rather exclusive party, I think. Is this even possible? Depends on your mindset. Was the chess tournament fun? Thank you. Great conversation changer. Yes, I mean, that was a blast. Unconventional gear guy. Thank you for gifting 5 subs in YouTube chat. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, 100 too early. Very close. What's my FIDE now? 1620. What's the exact line you're looking for? The exact line is the other car itself. If you see my car I'm driving now, deviate from that car, I reset. So, that's why I just immediately press retire. Oh, I'm only 1480. Well, the thing is that it could just be wrong, right? Like, it's a very low sample size. If I were to perform extremely well, I could get a rating of like 1900 in that tournament for my first tournament. But then it would, of course, over time probably be lower. It's a very small sample size of games. I'm not surprised that Rengar main typed that one comment. Not surprised. You plan to compete in more chess tournaments? Well, I kind of wanna, right? Like, it's just... It takes a lot of time, and I've been sleeping so much. I feel like an old man. I need my afternoon nap now. Like, I'll sleep a good 8 hours, and I still don't feel like I'm functioning for stream if I don't sleep even more. Like, I got really tired after the tournament. Maybe I'm sick though, I don't know. What's that ghost then? Is that ghost a task ghost? Yes. So now you're up to date. Ever played other games in Trackmania actively? Played a lot of League. Played a lot of League for like 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. Played CS with friends, played Rocket League with friends. What if I'm 50 already? I don't know if I don't know if I'd want to know my my values. I did do like a really in-depth blood test recently, which checks for 46 different categories of like what your stats are. And I was apparently normal values in 45 of them. And the one that was abnormal apparently wasn't dangerous. I forget what that was, but... It said that my body age based on those values was 3 years younger than what I am. So that explains all the blonde hair, I think. I've reversed aging, and so I'm getting back my blonde hair. Have I been bouldering lately? I have not. Not in about a year. How much of your blood was white monster? Well, why would I take a white monster just before the health test? That seems like a bad choice. 27QQ, thank you for the 8 months. Isn't that like eating candy and then heading to the dentist? You're not gonna get any compliments on your fantastic health. Back after 2 hours. Do you feel like I've gotten better? Well, in almost 3 hours of playing, right? I've gotten 50 starts. And if you look at the stats, I'm about 1 in 5 for the second timing too. So yeah, I mean, it does take a while to get the first 2 correct, but I'd say I'm playing pretty well. It's Terry Live, thank you for the 3 months. What should I eat right before the dentist? I don't know. I'm sure... Dude, that's actually crazy, right? I always think about, man, how weird for them to, like, look inside my mouth. You brush your teeth before you go to the dentist, surely. Dude, they gotta see some crazy stuff. They gotta see some diabolical stuff. Nah, a dentist get paid a lot. I would not want to be a dentist. If you don't brush your teeth, they charge you extra? Uh-huh. Well, now I have a fantastic toothbrush, so now I shouldn't have to worry anymore. But I was told last time I was there that I have to pull my wisdom teeth soon. They said it wasn't like immediate, but like within a few years. So that's gonna suck. Do not pull them. Best of luck you're getting to today. Yeah, Nab, I remember you helping me task this in 2022 already. Would be sick if we finally complete the saga today. Frantic for 5 months. Kinda late, maybe. I mean, they did give me like a price suggestion for that, and then I was like, oh yeah, I see why you say I have to do it. But I think the one thing that separates us and cavemen is good dental health, truly. And other forms of medicine. So, I trust the experts. I trust the experts. Three-day recovery at best. Okay. I mean, that's like a... You guys couldn't even tell I'd be gone if I'm gone for 3 days. That's just a normal break in streams, no? That's not bad. Oh, just regular scheduling. Ah, close. Does health insurance not cover this? You have... Well, health insurance in Norway doesn't apply to teeth always, but it's different depending, but typically it's until you're 25, where you have really reduced cost for dental care, and then afterwards you pay a lot. So yeah. Anyway, speaking of our teeth. That's not how you should start the sentence. I'm gonna enjoy one. Some water, some white water. Bro is a monster. Oh, too late. How are my holidays? They were great. I was in Norway. Visited my family and also my grandpa. He's gotten a new place. And it was his first time properly cooking food. So, like actually first time. He's in his 80s. And he never had to cook food before. For like, Christmas. Because his wife, my grandma, would always cook. But she passed away last year. So, now was his first time trying to prepare Christmas food himself. And he actually nailed it. It was incredible. So, you know, bittersweet story, but he seems to be getting on along all right. And like learning all the things. He's doing pretty well for himself. So no, I mean, it's a sad fact of life, but that was nice to see. And also like Christmas itself was really cool. Biggest Christmas I've ever celebrated because there were so many people. It was my own family, of my parents, my brother, and my sister, plus relatives. So relatives that traveled in from the US, and Anna's family. So Pia, Juan, and Anna. So we were 12 people for Christmas. So lots of different languages. I mean, Juan's English isn't the best. Some Spanish here and there. It was a lot, but it was really fun. We played this music game called Hitster, where you have to guess what year a song came out, and it can be anything from like 1908 to 2024. And so when you have a lot of people of different ages, it's actually quite fun. Pretty good. Like, it's a great family game. Lose the app that lets you communicate between languages? No, we have translators. We have people that speak fluent English and Spanish, so it's okay. Oh, wait. You gonna play the weekly soon? Maybe. This is like consuming my brain, so. How did you learn English? Just spending time on the internet. I think most people will say the same. You learn very basic stuff in school, you learn, but like just consuming enough media, you just learn really well. And then I also used to jump on random Skype calls with people. I used to play Minecraft Hunger Games, where you would make an alliance with someone in-game and you just send them a message like, yo, add me on Skype. And so I did this when I was like 11, and I would be talking to people that were maybe, you know, 30 or 40, playing Minecraft Hunger Games together as a duo. And they'd be like, yo, bro, your English is really good. And I'd be like, thanks, bro, I'm getting some coal, I'm getting some diamonds. And then we'd fight together and it was good times, and then I'd never see them again. Queue up again for the next one and find a new teammate. Swear you said this like 3 years ago? Bro, you know, since I started streaming, I stopped collecting stories. Other streamers talk about this too, but like, your life becomes sitting in front of a screen, sort of telling the stories you've collected up until the point where you stare at the screen. So I don't farm so many new stories nowadays. I'm not living an exciting enough life, perhaps. There are cool events that happen that I can talk about, but they're less chaotic, I feel like. So yeah, a lot of stories are recycled. Just hoping some new people are here. Patchouli, think of the 13 months. Friendly remind you we're 11, 15 years ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. Less chaotic like the Trackmania Island parties. That was pretty chaotic. Guys, I haven't gotten the start in so long. Not quite. What happened on the Trackmania Island? Rumor has it that a lot of the top Trackmania players kissed. I could say I was there, and that I was involved, but no, fail. Okay. Phew. Whew. Okay, thank God. Thank God. No, that would be terrible. Okay. That would be bad. Okay, thank God, thank God, thank God. Okay, how close was it? Okay, let's see. Oh, wait, too late. Wait, 46? Yeah, too late, too late. Whew. Alright, guys, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Anyway, where were I? Was the ghost successful list? Yeah. Virus, thank you for the 6.3 sub. Can you explain again how to do it? You just copy your ghost. A04 explanation. Okay, that's not clipped. Okay, we're getting by. He kissed a man, he liked it. The taste of beer and beard. Guys, have you ever kissed a man? Type 1. Lips only, lips only. Pretty normal. What do you mean lips only? Like a peck on the cheek wouldn't count. Now guys, follow-up question. Have you ever been on an island? Type 1. So, I'm just saying, like, the experiences that I may or may not have described are not too uncommon if combined. One, I own an island coincidentally? Okay, now that is maybe perhaps too big of a coincidence. That's more than just being on an island. You're owning an island? You've only been on an island as a child? Well, apparently that might not be the best of times to be at islands. So that's not a great thing. Virtual's fall counter, think for the 11 months. Why are you resing all the time? I have to perfectly replicate my ghost. Owning an island has a bad rap nowadays? Yeah. During the chess tournament, guys, there was one of the players that helped me look at my games. Really friendly guy. He had the idea of, like, there should be a chess tournament, but where kids are not allowed. Because their rating is wrong. Like, you know, they're often much better than their rating implies. And like I said, things can happen. They, you know, maybe they fidget with a pen or make noise in the playing hall and stuff. So at dinner, with a flat face, he proposes the idea of an 18+ chess tournament. Or an adult-only chess tournament. But I think he needs to work on the name, because it sounds like something completely different as soon as you add one of those labels. Like, it's very hard to exclude kids, but not make it sound weird. How would it work? I don't know. I don't know. It's not my idea. The Unk tournament. Senior tournament, perhaps. The senior. Senior chess tournament. Biggie Smoke, thank you for the 32 months. Delta Illusion, thank you for the 15 months. Over 25 has just a better ring to it. But then he also... No, it was even weirder because he wanted it to be... So, no, this was the thing. He wanted it to be a tournament for adults who learn chess as adults. Because, like, even if you're an adult but you learn the game as a kid, you have an edge in that you maybe understand the game differently. So what he called it was actually the 18 plus amateur chess tournament. 18 plus amateur. And now it sounds a lot worse. now you got at least 2 categories there that you find other places. That doesn't work. That does not work. Maybe just host a game night with friends. I think that's the best bet. It does sound like a fun tournament to play. I just think the naming scheme is a little bad. The puppy thing with the 9 months. Were there any other unbeaten maps in the campaign before you did them, or just this monstrosity? I don't remember if in 2020 if I did some maps first, as first completion, but in 2020 all the maps were done. Except for this one. You don't remember either? No? It's hard to remember. Virtual, after watching you for a few weeks, I decided to download Trackmania, and now I'm top 5 in my state and on map 4 in weekly shorts. And thank you for my success. Congrats, bro. Keep at it. That's just the start. DJ Sperry, thank you for the 43 months. Oh, almost. Is there a deadline or cutoff to finish this? I'll be happy just beating it. Could take a few hours. Could take many. Is there 1 down? Yeah, but there are no maps where 1 down is a challenge. Gravity tends to help with 1 down and make 1 up hard. One to the side exists. 1 to the side, both left and right exist. Oh. 2 up exists too. What about 1 back? Doesn't make it harder necessarily. Or you mean away? Yeah, that exists too. But typically very easy. There's start and finish block switch, that exists. Checkpoint list exists. Come on. Are you gonna grind worlds in the future for TM world records? I think the only map I have in my sights is D13. Why am I resetting instantly? If my car deviates from the ghost, it's immediately not gonna work, so then I reset. Dragon Eat doesn't work, yeah. Besides, it's harder here than the one we did in Team 2020. And just pin while you're resetting. People tend not to read stream title or pin message, respectfully. So, that's fine. Almost. What's the difference between turn and edge? There are 2 inputs that happen on the edge. One of them is letting go of right, and the other one is pressing left at the correct timing. So I'm counting the amount of times I've let go of right on the edge correctly. If I get the last one, then it's just a finish, so there's no point counting, but yeah. looking at the timer go my field, there's a line on the ground which I'm using as a reference, and then the second press, or well, releasing the right button is just feeling. Did they do that for 6 years without task assist? Yeah, so people have tried this for years without. I guess many people gave up in 2020, but when we last tried it, it was without the assistance of any task tool. Why are you interested in pyramids? Because it's one of the oldest unsolved mysteries of the ancient past. How did they build a thing? We know a lot of things, but we don't know exactly like what kind of system they thought of, which would be cool, or what they used the pyramids for, the Egyptians. So that's fascinating. But it's not the only thing. Like, any ancient thing like that fascinates me. Like, these French cave paintings too fascinate me a lot. Do we know what sphinxes are? Well, there's only... Oh, there's only one. Well, the oldest one anyway. That's worth studying. The Great Sphinx at Giza. You have later sphinxes, but they're most likely just mimicking the original. So that one is cool. But yeah, if you guys want to see something cool, think about this for a sec. French cave paintings. Is it 35,000 years ago? How old? Yeah, so there's this cave that they found underwater in France where there are beautiful cave paintings. And these have been preserved. I'm not sure if they're the exact ones, because sometimes there's these AI recreations of them. Wikipedia has them. Yeah. Look at this, guys. The cave paintings in this cave are from 36,000 down to 17,000 years ago. Like, what the hell? 36,000 years ago. And you can clearly see, like, that's a horse, this is an oxen. And sometimes they are painted in a way where if you have a flame, like a torch, close by it, it kind of looks like it's moving in different ways. Like, they're sort of painted in the impressions on the wall, like... This is not something you would do if you are... What do you say? Unconscious. Like, if you're just an unconscious being, just kind of acting on your instincts all the time, like an animal, you wouldn't do this. Like, this already, to me, shows a lot of sentience. You know? And we interpret this at face value. Oh, human see animal, human paint animal. But there was a theory with one of these where they thought some markings on the animal actually was for teaching. So like it had maybe some sort of calendar on the body of the animal that would show like this is when it has breeding season and, you know, gets babies and stuff. French cave painting, new discovery calendar, maybe? That's 3 years ago? No, this is 2000. That can't be it. Let me see. I don't remember exactly which one it was. I can try to find it. Give me a second. Also, these breaks are kind of nice for me, just so you guys know. I get to chill my brain a bit. Oh yeah, I think it's this that I saw. Where there are some markings on the painting. These things that seem to be about... Well, one impression is that they actually are for teaching, like, say, you know, the kids in the tribe about when an animal has its breeding season and stuff like that. So this video you can watch if you want. I think it's pretty credible. Ancient Architects typically does a good job reporting the science. Anyway, cool to think about, right? Like, it's nice art to look at, and surely if you're living in a cave, you probably want something to look at on the walls that isn't just stone. But it might have also had a practical purpose. Wingo624, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you, DJ Sperry as well, and the puppy, I think I said. Delta Illusion, thank you. The Lascaux lunar calendar, okay. It's a cool theory. What do I think of the Library of Alexandria? I think we were slightly lied to about it. I think the story of it is really it's a valuable one, but I don't think the damage of like the amount of knowledge that was lost in the fire was too consequential. Like, I don't think there was things written down in the books or the scrolls in the library that was like one of a kind. That was really important. I think it's a bit romanticized, yeah. And it's a valuable, like, the story is valuable because it teaches the lesson of, like, you know, be careful, make copies, preserve things, because one fire could wipe out all the knowledge that you have, or everything that you know. And that's why the story is really important. But there's a lot of things that are... There's a lot of things about that are... I would say inaccurate in, like, the regular telling of the story. So Alexandria had 2 libraries, not 1. There's some confusion as to who actually burned down the library. If it was intentionally set ablaze, or if it was, you know, part of a battle. Some people blame Julius Caesar. Some people blame some other, like, I think, what is it called? Caliphate during a war, and some people just said it, like, burned down in a regular city fire. And then, you know, the most important knowledge we have is typically copied over several places. So, like, you wouldn't lose... You wouldn't lose the most important things, because they would most likely be copied in many places. And then, another thing as well is that, well, historians argue that regardless, right, the time when the library is said to have been burnt, the time frame, is beyond the glory days of, like, invention and discovery at Alexandria. Like, they kind of had their high period a couple hundred years earlier. And so most of the things there would have already been copied over. That was good. That was good. But I'm not an expert on this one, so I'm kind of just going off of what I remember. I could be wrong. Oh, could 43 can work, but there's 3 frames here. No, I think I let go too late. The left time was pretty good. Yeah, you can't see. Like, this is almost too late. 43 is like the last time you have a chance to let go. So I missed. Holding too late. You remember that as an early base replay? Yeah. That's crazy you found this manually without like the crazy tool or brute force search. Are you excited for the Bruno Mars album? I saw he had a bit of an oopsie. There was a guy who tweeted a reply to one of the Bruno tweets, and he said like, Bruno, you've been releasing the same song for 10 years now. And then the official Bruno Mars account replied saying, yeah, and you've never achieved anything in your whole life. And then he later deleted that tweet. And now they're saying it's Bruno Mars's manager that was logged into the wrong account when he replied to this one tweet. But I don't know if that's true or not. It's like, you know. It's still pretty crazy. Hey, he makes bangers, he has the right. Yeah, and you know, he has a style, but either way, sometimes you get an insult that cuts deep, guys. You can't help it. When you're, you know, when you receive a lot of feedback, be it good or bad, you kind of build up an armor to it. You guys can call me Wash, you call me Unk, etc, etc. It's like, you build up a shield. But sometimes someone pierces your armor. We have our weak moments. Someone asked, who's your favorite Roman emperor and now Greek god? Is he a god? The guy who pushes the boulder up the mountain? He's not a god, right? Sisyphus? No. I relate a lot to him, bro. More than a man, but less than a god. Got you. Who's your favorite chatter? Well, that is actually always up for debate. You see, there's this thing on top of the screen if you're in Twitch chat, and it says here at all times my top 3 favorite viewers. So right now, Frosenti is clearly my favorite. It's actually very easy to see who my favorite viewers are. So if you ever want to get on the favorite list, you know where to find it. It's pretty simple. That's top gifters, not top chatters. Well, I mean, same thing, same thing. Oh no, it's not same thing. I value everyone's presence equally, equally. YouTube chat not eligible? Oh, it is, it is. But like the alerts there don't last as long. Do you not remember when I gifted 50 subs earlier during Kaki last year? I remember, and I appreciate that. I don't know why it resets monthly. It must be a setting I've enabled or something to farm more subs shamelessly. Sithaka joining the favorite list with 20 gifted subs. Oh my lord. Welcome to the big leagues. Welcome to the big leagues, Sithaka. You're getting a phone call right now from your new best friend. What's up? Taking rank 2. Thank you, thank you. For the next 20 days, you are my rank 2 second best friend. What's the stuff at the top mean? It means the amount of times I have done the correct inputs. So, the first 2 is this thing, and then the turn is this one, and the edge is here. Is this the whole map? Yeah. But it's so precise that it needs the sequence. If you don't do the sequence, you're very likely never gonna get the bounce in your lifetime. So. That's why. You were 1 input away 5 times? Exactly, yeah. Has anyone achieved this before? No, we would be the first. But that's not really the point either way. If someone else gets it, that's cool too. I just hope to redeem myself for not getting it 6 years ago. Ollie, thank you for gifting a sub too. Not quite at the top of the best friend list yet, but I appreciate the support. Before low input, how many hours on this map? 20 hours, give or take, in 2020. When I first watched your content, I thought you sounded like Kermit the Frog. I have heard this more than once. To the point where I knew it was, like, it's not a unique experience, so there's something there. But, respectfully, I think this is a thing with Americans and a foreign-sounding English. Like, foreign-sounding English equals Kermit the Frog. A little bit. Respectfully. Could be wrong. I don't know if I have any, because I listened to it, and I don't think my speech pattern is that similar. Mainly with Nordic accents, yeah. Oh, close. 58. Some Nordic vowels have a nasal frog quality. First time I saw Scrappy stream, I thought he was 16. Thank you for sharing. That is unrelated. I'm sad that there are some things that are just not as popular in Europe as they maybe should be. And I think one thing that should be more popular in Europe is the movie The Wizard of Oz. This is a very, like, American culture thing. I think most Americans know the movie, but it's just not shown so much or talked about anymore in Europe. And the storytelling is beautiful. The storytelling is beautiful. I watched it for the first time last year. Europe doesn't have Kansas, that's true. Ollie J, another one. Climb in the best friend list, 1 sub at a time. Appreciate that, thank you. Have you seen it sync to Pink Floyd? I haven't. Is bug finish possible? Yes, but it also requires low input strategy. The first movie to ever come out in color? Yeah, but the way they did it too is so incredible. With like a little girl growing up in a pretty gray town. And the only color she would see is then, you know, the rainbow. It's like the storytelling, bro. Cinema. First Storm tip $20. Did you miss this? I did. First Storm. Thank you, bro. And thank you, UC King, for pinging it. I didn't see that at all. Also joining the best friend list. First Storm, thank you. Thank you so much. Long time supporter. But what's this thing with it being synced to Pink Floyd? What am I missing? Plaguard typing $99 in the chat. Loving the stream. Thank you so much, bro. For typing all those numbers. Maybe trying off the pub tonight. Wish you luck. Oh, 100 too early. Is there a chance you get right bug finish? No, not really. Because we looked for 3. Like at that point, Hayes, we're doing a 3 input. And Skycrafter exhaustively tested every single possible 3 button combination. Like any 3 button presses you can do, he ran a script to test and none of them finished. So 10,000 euros being typed in chat. Love the stream, hope you finish. Thank you, bro, thank you. It's crazy you typed all that out. I mean, you didn't have to. Is this map unbeaten by me or anyone? Unbeaten by anyone. Because you really have to ask yourself who would bother. Even after this is found, right? Like, I've been sitting here now for 3 hours. Who would bother with just, oh, didn't work. How are the runs created? Well, the initial, like, task runs, the physics in this game work the same every time. So, if you press the same buttons at the same intervals, you get the same result every time. Therefore, you can run a script that just changes input values one by one, looks for a result, and then you can run a very fast script that does that over and over and over again. And they've done that this map a lot. A lot of billionaires in chat, yeah, it seems that way. Talking about islands and all that. Very interesting. Does low input strategy count as a legitimate finish? Well, I would say yes. I would say yes. It's a little bit impure. Like, the purest form of beating this map would be doing it all by hand. But, I'm driving it by hand still and, like, finishing the map. It's just a little boring when we're playing a pre-conceived solution. No? Are you saying task runs couldn't beat this map? No, it's been beaten by task many times. So that's not a problem. If the map was in 2020, would a drag meet be preferable? Probably not. It's such a small finish area. It's a task house I'm trying to copy, yeah, exactly. Oh, 100th off. Why don't you slow down the game a bit? I don't know if that would be... That starts to border on not allowed, I think. What is your favorite Norwegian food / dish? If you ever visit Norway, you should look for a snack called lefse. Those are really good. I think they are a Norwegian snack, at least Scandinavian. Lefse. Like, dinner food-wise, we don't have a lot of things that are uniquely Norwegian that you wouldn't find other places. Like, you have these different meat stew kind of things and whatnot, but they're not so unique. We have very good salmon in Norway. You can try a hot dog in a tortilla. That's a pretty Norwegian experience. Frosenthia! My best friend! Oh. I think that was very good. The bounce was horrible, but that was very good, I think. Thank you for the 1,000 bits, Frosenthia. To a corgi, the whole world's deep to tower, but they persevere. Worse will win when he perseveres. Frosenthia, how many corgis do you have? You have 2? Is that it? Thank you for the 1,000 corgis in Twitch chat. Let's see. Here we are. I let go early. I know that. Oh, it was late. Still too late. Yeah, it was bad then. Hot dog and tortillas, your thoughts? Yeah, do you guys want to know what it looks like? Here you go. It's even got the Norwegian flag on it. This is how people eat hot dogs in Norway. It's like a potato tortilla that you wrap it in instead of bread typically. You can get bread too, but very Norwegian. And then, I mean, you can either like put it on a stick and hold it by the campfire to heat it. But the gamer move, the real gamer move, is that you have a thermal can, which you put boiling water into. And then you put the hot dogs in the water and you bring the thermal can with you when you're skiing. And then at any point you can fish out these hot dogs and they will be warm. And then you have your tortilla and then you're just ready to go. If you want another round, you just bring out another hot dog. The real gamer move is to swallow without chewing. That's also a challenge. Typically on our national day, that's a challenge. You bet your friend that they cannot swallow a whole hot dog without chewing it once. A thermos, yeah, thermos, as you say that? Thermal can? Sounds dangerous? No, but like your body destroys it. Like there's this Norwegian YouTuber, I can find a clip of it probably. Alright. You might not want to watch this, so if you don't want to watch it, look away. It's a guy swallowing 3 hot dogs without chewing them. 17th of May, suited up. Now this is impressive, because doing 1 already hurts. 3 is... like, that takes some practice. That takes some skill. That's a dedicated man right there. A man on a mission. Like, to go for the hat trick shows the beauty of the game. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Gotta check. Okay. Let go, bro. I always let go late. You should look up the Belgian thing called a frikandel XXL. Oh, that rhymes. That's kind of nice. 35 centimeter sausage. That just looks comical. Well, you know, some of us are used to seeing that. Might look comical to you, but to a lot of us, that's not a rare sight. Dave, thank you for the 8 months. I feel like all Division 1 players have seen that before. On an island. Nah, silly. Luffman, thank you for the prime. Virtual, I don't know if you remember me, but it's Andre. Wait. Oh, in Davos. Yo, bro. Yo, awesome. Nice to see you. That's really cool. Thank you for the prime. I used to compete in running with this guy. Hope you're doing well too. You remember? Of course I do. That's crazy with reconnecting with people and you haven't seen them for a while. Cause like I don't log into Facebook so often, but Andre's on my Facebook friends list. And one day I just saw a picture of him engaged, I think it was. It's just like, whoa. Haven't spoken since we were kids and now he's engaged. That's really cool. You moved to the UK because you met a girl through WoW. Okay, yeah. Oh, that ended. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. But I'm glad things are better now. I mean, this is a full reunion. Oops, I saw. Okay. But you know, sometimes that's a learning experience, right? Not a mistake if you learn from it. Well, it is a mistake, but if you grow from it, you can learn the most from things that didn't work out. That's very awkward, I'm sorry. Oh, missed it by 100. Has anyone beat this already? No. But with 62 starts, 63, I feel like we're getting close. Virtual, did you know I had a child 3 weeks ago? Wait, what? Congrats, mac and cheese. Will you still be building Track of the Days? Will you be passing the torch? Building Legos? When is Winter Campaign? It's in 17 days. How many inputs? 5 in total. Virtual, did you know I haven't changed a bit since you started streaming? I did not know. Do we have any like... Do we have any glow up stories? Like I have a viewer and I'm blanking on the name right now. I'm so stupid. That was it's too long again. But I kind of stunlocked my brain trying to think of the name. Basically, what I was gonna get at, his name, I'll remember it when I see him in chat. He used to work out watching my stream. And over the course of like a year and a half, he lost 30-40 kilograms. And then didn't need to lose weight anymore. So he stopped working out after getting a healthy body weight. So that was very cool to hear. Every resub message, he would update me with like, now I weigh this down like 2 kilograms since last resub, etc, etc. That was kind of cool. Maybe someone was watching when they were in high school and now they're in university, or I don't know. You had 2 knee operations when you since you started watching. Okay, that's not great. 2 knee operations at 17. I eat in front of your streams and I gained 15 kilograms in the past 3 years. Could be a good thing for all we know. When does the next World Cup take place? It's in October, November typically. Did I forget to update ads? I only update it if I do the last input there correctly. Started watching in 2021. Your wife graduated med school. Did residency, and now practicing doctor. Expecting girl in May. Okay. Guys, what I'm hearing is that a lot of you guys are growing up, and soon you won't have time to watch anymore. which is I'm happy for you guys, but like, what do we do? There's a problem here. You guys are getting too much of a live for Twitch. But your kids can watch too, yeah. You're farming new viewers, you're view botting. You've gotten a girlfriend since I started watching you. I've heard that's a very common experience. Far too common, actually. I've heard every Chad virtual viewer just... It's yeah. That's the common occurrence. I think all the people with kids, what you guys should do is just make a Twitch account or YouTube account for your kid, so we can pump these numbers up, you know? Maybe get them a Prime subscription and, you know, start early. Show them culture. You bought an apartment and proposed to your girlfriend since you started watching. Congrats. It's really cool. My kid doesn't speak English yet, so he watches Yonex instead. That's fair, that's fair. Gotta keep them brain rot free. But guys, I would not say that I am a brain rot creator. 22 hours in, by the way. I would say I'm part of trying to make the internet better. Mate says he beat cancer, that's hype. That's hella hype. But you know, like, I could be posting AI voiceover, Family Guy, brain rot shorts. Like I'm doing human things. I'm uploading the human consciousness to the internet. The human experience. Human challenges. That has to count for something. It's a video game. It's not gonna change the world, but it's not gonna change the world for the worse either. Tralalero, tralala. Okay, I had my weak moments where we were laughing at Bombardiro Crocodilo. My wife left me since I started watching. But now you got more time to play weekly shorts. Can't be a bad thing. Now you can grind. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible advice. By the way, Virtual, what's going on this map? So, you guys see that there's two cars. Our goal is to make it look like there's one. And do the inputs exactly the same way the other car does it, and then I beat the map. Any long form videos in the works? Yes, but I'm right now spending my time doing this, so they're on pause. Your wife's boyfriend moved in since you started watching? If that's the way you're swinging, I mean, that's the game you're playing. I am happy. Oh. First time here from YouTube, Furry Lover 12, welcome to the community. Always nice to see new people joining. We don't only have long-time viewers, guys. There's a lot of long-time viewers and Furry Lover 12. Got new people all the time. But if you use the task's timestamps to code an audio file with dings that fire your average nervous system's response time before the movement, you need to press the file to play alongside this. I saw a guy did this, but he did this with like a white monster can, which would, like, he had wires connected to his muscles that like restrain his arm movement to basically force drink a white can of Monster. You could probably do something like that. You become the machine. Not addicted. Anna thinks that I get a worrying amount of white Monster Instagram reels, but it's too funny to like pretend to be addicted to something. You guys know what I mean? You guys know what I mean, right? Like, I'm not gambling addicted, but it is funny to send the reel to your friend, which is like, you know, your friend is asking where's their birthday present, and you say like, oh, the evil blackjack dealer took it from me. Something like that. Or like a white Monster reel. I'm not addicted, but you know, the Christmas calendar I want is a 24 pack of white Monster with dates on each one. It's just ironic though. We're not actually addicted. You have a white Monster Christmas sweater, it's sick. I think I've gotten ads for that. I haven't bought it, so I stayed strong. Step 1 is denial. I also agree. I think step 1 is denial. But I've never reached step 2. So how can I be addicted? Like, you need to go through all 7 steps, right? But I've never gone past step 1, so. Step 2, more denial. Yeah, 68. 68. We got past 6-7 without any big mentions. I'm dreaming of a white monster. I've actually been singing that song all throughout the Christmas season, replacing the word Christmas with monster. Does Monster have athletes like Red Bull and RU1? I'm not sponsored. Not sponsored by any brand. Long term. I don't know why, guys. Do you think my content is like brand is a brand risk? Maybe I'm too much of a brand risk. Like, I do sponsorships, but they're not like, let's sign for 2 years. They're like, yeah, let's do this one-time thing. It's just brand situationships, you know? It's not brand relationships. Does Virtual read YouTube chat? Yes. I'm keeping up with both. Thank you for being my background notes for the 3 hours it took me to finish some assignments for uni. No problem. What's the most asked question? It varies. Don't get me wrong, the stream is tame compared to Scrappy streams. I know, bro. I know. I know this is not my best work. But I'm also too far committed to quit, so. Kinda have to stick it out. How many hours played? Probably the most asked question. Yeah, maybe. Birch, what's your favorite pharaoh? The only way I can talk about this topic is by first denouncing all pharaohs as likely... You know, they likely didn't care too much about human rights. So, you kind of have to... And the same if you talk about your favorite, like, Roman emperor, you kind of have to preface by saying that, I feel like. If we accept that they all were kind of bad in that regard, who was the least bad and the most cool? I think there's an argument to be made for Snefru more than Khufu. Snefru built 3 pyramids, Khufu only 1. It's definitely not Khafre. Khafre is a fraud. So at the Giza Plateau, you guys have seen the picture of this place. There's 3 pyramids, right? One of them is in the middle and appears taller than the other 2. 69 first attempts, yeah. The one in the middle appears taller than the one on the side. Sorry, we're already gonna go to 70. But the thing is that he built it starting on a higher elevation. So the pyramid is shorter, but he started like 7-8 meters higher up, and therefore it appears taller to the human eye. And he did it to make his pyramid seem visually more impressive than Khufu's, but it you know, the internal structure is less complex, the quality of like the mortar is worse, like... He's a fraud. He's a fraud. Khafre, we can put off the list immediately. But, he's a poser, exactly. He didn't care about making the building great, he just wanted it to appear great. Yuck. He'd be selling you some, like, course on how to get rich nowadays, I think. But no, Snefru kind of changed the game. Snefru kind of changed the game. Virtual, what did you do for New Year's? We went and celebrated with friends here in Sweden. It was a good time. It was a good time. Kind of, in the best way, uneventful. Like, nothing bad happened. And just great times. We did a quiz, and it had some crazy questions. One of the questions was actually pyramid related. There's a picture of 2 guys laughing about a Lego set from the pyramid, which was a huge news event this year. The question was, what happened? Well, I knew it perfectly, but another question was just a quote from the President of the United States, and you had to guess what he was talking about. And the quote went something like, "I've tried them many times, and they just don't work. After a few minutes, they explode, especially from heat. I mean, they're terrible. They're absolutely terrible." Something to the effect of this. And the question is, what is he talking about? Could be anything. Could be literally anything. We guessed, my team guessed, electric cars. Or more specifically, like Cybertrucks. Bro was talking about paper straws. He was talking about paper straws, paper drinking straws. And this is something we have all over Europe, which is one thing America doesn't have, that anytime I'm there I actually appreciate a lot. Plastic drinking straws are honestly better. I don't know the damage they do to the environment, and maybe the sacrifice in experience drinking from a paper straw has to be done. But like, as a soda enjoyer, right? When you drink out of a plastic straw and it preserves the it's better. Paper has gotten pretty good, but I actually like more just no straw. If it's paper straw, it's better just no straw. Yeah, just drink from the glass. But the problem is, like, your lips get very cold. Oh? Ah, 100's too early. Since we've gotten the paper ones, I kill turtles to compensate. That is not helping, bro. Gotta keep your lips warm for the Trackmania parties. So they say. Camera froze? That has gotta be one of the worst ones. Oh no, it's not. It's not. That's alright. I do realize, I think my camera is kind of framed weirdly today. Or I'm just sitting very like this. Every time I look at the stream clip, I'm like looking down and I look like I'm in a Green Day music video from 2003. Or my hair is getting long, I don't know. Derueki, thank you for the prime. I don't get the reference. Early 2000s, everyone had their hair like down in a line like this. Will this make a main channel video? Depends on how long we suffer and or if I say something really bad during the final run. Is the upcoming Trackmania update going to be good? I choose to be a believer. What about you guys? I choose to believe that yes, it will be good. But yeah, it might change the game a lot. If what I've heard is to be believed. You hope they add an island? I've not heard anything about an island. Guys, it's in 17 days. It's in 17 days. Oh, it's too early, always too early. Is it the final update? I don't see why it would be the final update. Favorite environment, I guess. Guys, the island stuff's gotta stop. I traveled to a Trackmania event on an island one time. It's not that island and it's not even remotely similar. How long have you spent on A04 so far? 4 hours. What? That's true, 4 hours. That's crazy. Four hours on this. Jesus. Overworking. What tournament did you play? No, I casted a tournament. Which map took the longest? Apart from this, it was DO3. DO3 took me 2-3 hours off stream. Expecting about 20. I'm saying it could take up to. But I've already failed at the last input today a few times. Like, edge means getting to the last input but failing that timing. Not that hard, just 2 jumps? Yeah, but Needs perfect inputs. What are you resetting for? Guys, if you're just joining in, my car has to copy the ghost car exactly. We're not playing normal Trackmania. We're playing by a 5-input recipe to guaranteed beat the map. So if I fail any input timing, even if I'm just 1/100th of a second off the press, I have to reset. It won't be the same result. That's low input strategy. And it's the most likely way to finish this map. Are you prepared for the Trackmania games 23rd? Not really. Silly question. Does anyone know when the RPG maps are coming out for Trackmania games? Because I thought it would be soon. I thought it would come out with all the other maps, but apparently not. And I tried to read about it, but I couldn't find out. The RPG category maps are not out yet. On the 23rd, are you playing, Shmonio? Okay, it's still cool though. Would you not play ice? We already have a pretty good ice team. Like, Norway has a lot of good ice players, so... Just the commitment of it, I think it's better if others play. Is there another way of finishing the map? Well, you can try to do what we're doing with the low input strategy. Like this edge bug thing. You can try to do that by yourself. But the specific bounce the car gets is so rare that manually, in 20 hours of trying in 2020, I didn't get close. So, that's why we're doing it this way. Can you pause buffer low input strategy? Pause buffering is generally considered cheating in Trackmania. Depends. But I would consider it cheating. And in regular competition, it's cheating. You could argue whether it's cheating just to beat a map like this, if it's not for a leaderboard thing. But the other problem you'll face with pause buffering is that when you press escape, it lets go of accelerate. So if you pause buffer, you'd have to perfectly press accelerate again after unpausing on the first frame. First 100th. What's pause buffering? Well, you can imagine if I'm pressing right at 2.67 seconds, I would pause and then unpause and press right. But you see it lets go of accelerate. So some speedruns have this as a thing. Like in Mario, you can do this to set up tricks. In Zelda, they do this to swim back and forth at giga speeds. Is it actually 0.67? Yeah, for the first input it is. Anybody know amount of attempts? I think you can calculate pretty closely, but I'd assume it's around 500 so far. Close. Why should it be helpful? Well, if you could pause buffer, you could immediately get this without much difficulty. It'll be... It's very similar to having slow-mo. Like if you had a pause buffer where accelerate was always hold. The last candle, thank you for the 13 months. The entire point is that by not doing inputs in real time, you can be way more precise. Right? So if we think slow-mo is cheating, then I would argue pause buffering also is. You copy the task inputs by timing, by marks on the track, or by intuition. A little bit of combo of all the three. The first one here, there's a line on the ground that is pretty much exactly where you want to press. Second one is feeling. The third input is exactly when the car lands. 4 is pretty much exactly when the car goes off the edge, and 5 is feeling. So yeah. Also, Cypher asks, couldn't use slow-mo and tell the YouTube video to put it on 2x speed? I've thought this might be a strategy. Like, what if you upload a YouTube video that's edited in slow motion, but you tell the viewer to put it on 2x speed? Do you now get double the watch time? Is this a YouTube hack? They patched it? Oh, they patched it, okay. Maybe it used to be a thing. This is what Tuklo did? His Star Stadium's for... Wait, Tuklo cheated? What? I maybe forgot that. I never knew. He was really good though. Like, he was a good player. Oh. Didn't need to cheat. Yeah, I know the channel you guys are talking about, the Spiffing Brit one. Oh, you could have a YouTube video at 4x speed and people watch at 0.25? But you could also do it the other way around, right? I think. If you upload a video that is... If you upload a video that is... edited at half speed, it would be twice as long, the raw video. So by watching it at 2x speed, like, you're consuming, let's say, 48 minutes of content instead of 24. So I think that would be the better one, but... Damn it. Damn it. Teaser Boy, thank you for the 6 months resub. That was another perfect start, guys, but I bottled it. Late again has to be, right? Has to be. Let's see. So here it's perfect. So far it's like teleporting, but it's perfect. No, this is good. Oh, you idiot. This is a really good right release. But this is an early left press. If this left press is 500ths later, it works. So this actually counts as an edge. Yeah, this was good. This was very good. That was very good. That was one input off. How long can you try this today? A little bit longer. I think I'll just try till I feel kind of exhausted. Why are you doing a 5 when there was a 4 input list? Because this one has more of a range. Oh, sorry. Like, there is... there's a lot of sets of inputs in the end that can work. So instead of just being one input timing, there's like many pairs of inputs. So it's 5, but like... For example, if I let go of right at 5:41, I think there's 2 timings that work for pressing left. So at 41, I think it's 53 and 54 that work, but this is all kind of too fast to interpret in real time. But you just know that there's like a general ballpark for the last inputs. Between 540 and 543 to let go of right, and between 550 and 555 to press left. Only the end that's lenient. This is still harder than the 4 input one. I disagree. I disagree. I think this is easier, but I think also the start is easier is the thing. Because the visual cues for the inputs on the start are better. So it's not just about at the end. Has anyone done an RTA? No, not yet. Whose ghost are you following? Does it say tool assisted ghost? So this was made using the task tools. What are we going for? Perfect replica of a tool assisted speedrun. Input by input. I traveled 1,000 kilometers and you're still live. Yep. Hope you had a good trip. Have you ever seen Rocket League tasks? I've heard the bots have gotten insanely good at Rocket League. Like to the point that they're kinda top 100 world level in certain game modes. I don't know exactly, but I've heard they're kinda cracked. Mostly in 1v1s, yeah, because it's less chaos, I guess. Less team play. Could you have 2 bots in 2v2, but the bots are on the same team? Because like if the bot can coordinate with the other bot, that almost seems better than 2 random teammates, right? Being called a bot in Rocket League is now a compliment, not an insult. I like that. It has DDoS problems. Yeah, I heard vaguely about this. Like, the bot, if it's ever about to lose, will DDoS the lobby so it doesn't lose elo. I've heard about that. That's crazy. The best bot's probably better than the best humans. Aware. Whole championship for bots? That's cool though, if they can separate it, yeah. So are there now... okay. Are there players that have been thought to be human, but have been caught botting yet? Oh, too early left if I had to guess. This was very good. This was very good. Gotta check. It felt very good. 540 should be 555, I think. Ay, 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 bro, have some patience. I got so excited. Look, this is always gonna be too early. Yeah, that's still correct though. 7. Rocket League bots are pretty easy to spot. Okay. Damn. Just count the times you don't see it. The problem is it happens so fast. Like, it happens within a 1/10 of a second. CS full of bots too, wow. Is that a thing in League? Like, scripting I remember being a thing. Scripting Cassiopeia, scripting Zerath players. But do they ban for that? in League of Legends. Robin, thank you for the 43 months. Vanguard kills the cheaters. I see. They just put them in their own lane, scripter versus scripter. Fair. This won't take long, said Virtual 4 hours ago. 2 hours isn't that long, said Virtual 2 hours ago. Oh, you gotta have some meat on the bone. I can't call this map the hardest one and then just one-shot it, right? Let me actually... Okay, so let's say I got it. I think that's correct. Maybe a bit long. There are still scripters, but they usually get banned pretty quickly. Okay. Also nice to see you, Trim, by the way. Hope you're still doing well. I would think it's a lot more obvious in League, because like the script reaction times are just silly, right? Still here, it's been like 2 hours. Guys, this is gonna be the greatest patience test our community has faced. You guys have watched me speed type for 1.5 hours. That is nothing compared to this. We got another start, but I missed, I think, by holding too long. I think I held too long. Let go, let go, let go, let go. Oh my god. 5:46 is too long. Needs to be here. Yeah, it's way too long. I am usually lurking quite a lot. Oh, awesome. Okay, I didn't know. 16, but not edge. Wait. But there's 20 of these. I guess I haven't saved all of them. Will there be any Red Bull Faster event this year? We are allowed to hope. I don't know. Why do you think I know these things? And even if I knew things, guys, I still couldn't tell you. Because then I wouldn't get told things. That's the thing with leaking information. Is this a 3 or 4 input strat? This is a... Well, 5, but it's an easy 5. There's a very hard 4 and an easy 5, so I'm going for the easy 5. You also watched the documentaries? Okay, awesome, yeah. I have to get back to that more this year. You got 125 on monkey type and you type with 8 fingers? That's pretty good. I feel like I can say I've retired from speed typing, guys. I don't type so much anymore. But it used to be like something I'd spend half an hour doing a day, if not more. Just spamming attempts on monkey type. An EC5. Well, an EC5 is still... You know how they say in climbing, they say like, oh yeah, I boulder a V5. You got like a V4 plus or a V5 minus, you know, that kind of thing? Like the difference between a V4 and a EC V5, it's not that much. Close. Sometimes you give your Trackmania rating a chess rating, or Trackmania knowledge a chess rating. What would you give her Egyptology knowledge? I think I'm 1300 in Egyptology. I think I'm 1400. Which is like knowing more than most people, but still getting like still sounding like a kid if I ever talk to an actual expert, you know? Or someone who's done proper research. Because it's all just from watching. I've never tried to come up with my own theory. I've never studied, like, the data myself so much. How long in the map so far? 4 hours and counting. Not a scholar, no. I think I could be a pop scientist. One of those scientists that only shows up in shows and gives you stats. I could be like a Philomena Kunk of pyramids. Oh. The Veritasium of pyramids. I quite like that channel, but I heard they did some changes. I didn't watch it, but I just heard it. Always like 1 or 200th off now. It's so close. When my friends ask what I'm doing playing TM all day, they think I'm playing A01 type maps. Yeah, this is like, I think, easier to get lost in. This is more equivalent to gambling. Virtual biggest fan says bro is not getting this. Even my biggest fan is losing faith. You think you'd have any more leeway if you backed up at the start? The problem is the car spawns in the air keywords. If you go back to the start, you also have more speed. And if you deviate from the ghost line by 1 input, by 100th, you're gonna get a completely different result. So as soon as this is different, I can just reset. It's not the exact same. We tried Type, GG for typing, new typing website, better than TypeRacer. More community driven. Huh. I used to use this monkey type, but a TypeRacer is a bit old. TypeRacer could need a refresher. It's been like the same for 15, 20 years. How do I skip forward? Why would you miss the action is the question. Why would you want to miss the action? Why does the car spawn in the air? I actually don't know. It's I don't know. It actually is like a good thing because sometimes, like, well, in the first half a second of driving, controller inputs will always be better than keyboard inputs because you steer too sharply for your speed. But this would be even worse if the car spawned on the ground. So the fact that it spawns in the air eats like 0.2 before it even moves off the start block. And that helps with keyboard pad difference. Which is absolutely not something they could have thought of, but it's still there. You know, there's crazy stuff with the start hitbox, really? I mean, is that why Tombug works and all that? Maybe? It does that to stabilize physics on the first collision. Oh. Maybe that's a good answer. What's the one thing you miss from Norway now that you live in Sweden? I think, like, the family and friends that live back in Norway that I don't get to visit so often. But like, actual thing, like, let me show you guys. my god. It's so beautiful. Life is not the same, guys. The Norwegians who've moved, I mean, it's not the same. You know it's not the same. It will never be the same. There is no replacing this beauty. This thing, I mean, the amount of good content I made drinking that stuff, I don't feel like myself when I'm without that for too long. It is the best like mixture of coffee and sugar I've ever tasted. You're literally having one right now, bro. It's, well, okay. I wouldn't judge. I would never judge. What about the bread? I miss the bread too. The bread is better. I mean, the milk is better. Cheese is better. Could argue most things are better. The air, oh, the Norwegian air. Yeah, yeah. No, this is a thing. The language. Have you cared to learn Swedish? I replace my Norwegian words to be understood. So I talk Norwegian, I use like the regular words. But if there's a word that is different in the two languages, I use the Swedish one. So I don't have to learn the, oh. Yeah, okay though, that was close. That was very close. Of course, visually it could look like whatever. It's just about when did I press the buttons. Like, it could look like anything. It could look like I just face planted, but it could be one input off. Ah, too late. 548 still pressing right. So this is a mistake. I should let go here-ish. So too late. By 800ths. Pretty sloppy, pretty sloppy. If every chatter played A04 1-up right now without low input, do you think they would finish before you? I'd argue no. But it would be a cool experiment. Guys, if you think this looks like too much fun, and you just cannot wait to play this map yourself, then have at it. I mean, far be it from me to yoink all the fun. Also, what is this song? This is not even in my playlist. Oh. Guys, isn't this the saddest thing? I made this playlist a few years ago. It's originally had 120 songs. And now YouTube says, like, some songs are hidden because the videos have been deleted. But you don't get to know which videos. You don't get to know which songs were erased from my playlist from years ago that I actually might want to listen to again. Why don't they tell you? Why don't they let you know? Like, oh yeah, this was the one. How will I ever know? It's tragic. I used to listen to a lot of old city pop, so Japanese music from like the 80s, 70s. And there's a lot of these like super old albums that some dedicated people have digitized. They bought the album and uploaded it to YouTube so people can listen to it, right? But then recently this channel got copyright struck. He uploaded like, I mean, 1,000 different albums. And then his channel got copyright struck, and now all those videos and all the albums are deleted because the channel got deleted. And he was just doing it out of passion for the old music, right? But there were so many good songs on that channel that I never cared to download that I now have forgotten. Because, yeah, it's just deleted. His name was X-Earth Spec, for those who know. Those who know ball. Do you miss brunost? Also known as mesost, as it's called in Sweden. Yes. I mean, I had it for Christmas, but don't buy it here. I think they still sell it here, but it's very good. There's a button for show hidden videos, but would that show unavailable? I don't think so. I gotta check that. Just shown after an hour, how's the progress been? Well, we have the counter, so I've gotten 81st timings on the ramp, which is pretty good. I mean, if I compare the burning of the Library of Alexandria to the sudden and swift deletion of this one YouTube channel with all the music, I have to make an argument for that being a greater loss. Because with the library, we just don't know, but here we know we lost a great treasure. YouTube has thousands of Alexandrias that are just deleted all the time, yeah. I wish there was a way to, like, okay, a YouTube channel gets copyright struck, fine. But can it not be, like, frozen in time? Like, the content made unavailable. But can that... You know what I mean? Like, just... Instead of it getting purged into non-existent, can it not be frozen, like, in, what is that called? Like an epoxy glass? You can see what it was, but you cannot access it. Like, no videos can be watched, but you can still see them there. Maybe the comments can be read, but the video won't play, you know? Maybe you can still see the thumbnail, unless the thumbnail has copyrighted material. Something. We have the Wayback Machine, but it doesn't archive everything. A cryogenic state, yeah. Guys, the archive wouldn't have this channel I'm talking about. When did you get interested in history? I think I've always been mildly interested, but more recently than in the past, like the last couple of years. There's a way to find out the title of what was removed, but you need the link, right? Don't you need the link, Mothy, to the video? Virtually Mr. Dono? I think I answered the guy. Just about the cheese. Yeah, you still need the link, so I'm no better off, because it's years ago that I made these playlists. No, but like... I think it's so fascinating to think about how long people have been human for. If you agree with evolution, then you agree that there's a time people were not so human and more like animals. But there is definitely a changing point where sentience arises, right? Maybe it's very gradual, but at some point there's these moments of genius which have had incredible consequences, right? The first people to truly understand fire, the first people to understand agriculture, stuff like that. And also like the first people to write things down, whether it's the form of a cave painting. Like, all the earliest writing languages that we have don't have letters, right? They have pictures. Hieroglyphs have pictures. The earliest, it's not Babylonian, it's something else, cuneiform. The writing language of the people that lived in Uruk, that was also pictographic at first. It's like you had a sun to mean the sun, or barley to mean barley, right? So more basic. But my point of all this is, like, with the amount of history that's written down, it's really fascinating to know that for all those thousands of years, people have lived, and I think lived in very much the same presence of mind that we have. Which I think helps you understand that you're kind of insignificant. In a good way. I think it's a very humbling thing. Like, some people find that scary, like, oh, I want to be remembered for generations upon generations. I don't think what I'm doing now will be remembered for generations, right? Like, are people in 200 years going to be talking about, man, that A04 1-up low input strat surely was a decisive turning point in human... No. But maybe that's okay. We remember, I think, like, stories are remembered. Good music is remembered. And maybe just the sphere of memory will be different too. Like, with everything being online, right? Maybe you're not remembered in world history, and that's okay. But from this point on, you should be able to, let's say 500 years from now, dig really far back into your family tree, right? If it's all archived. I mean, the amount of data is going to become obscene at some point, but like, what if in 500 years from now you could still find your earliest ancestor's Instagram account? Like, that has to be cool. That has to be something. Maybe they'll hear these words. But it's also humbling in the sense that, like, we see how much they figured out and at which era they figured it out, going back in history. But it would be also stupid to think that we have it all figured out now. Like, I hate to say it, guys, but I think the people in the future are gonna think that we are bozos. They're gonna think we were so stupid, we didn't know shit. And they're probably right. So maybe we're not going to be the generation that has all the answers, but we'll have more than the generation before, and that's a W. Like, guys, we are the generation that invented memes. Pog didn't exist before us, you know? We've made advancements. Internet memes, we can claim. Memes might have existed, like, references and whatnot, but we were the generation that made Kaki, that made Deep Dip, yeah. Oh. Too late again? I think too late again. But it's fascinating. I think that's why I find it fascinating to think about the big puzzle of world history and how we fit into it. I gotta check my spreadsheet. This is close. It's too early left, but it's very close. 0.05 of a second off. We can add an edge for this one too. 0.05 of a second away, guys. For the last input. Because the fourth input, letting go of right, was correct. A right or dies is 20 crowns. Remember me, you who watch 200 years from now. We gotta turn this into a damn good video if it's gonna survive the data purges that they do over the years of irrelevant content. 0.05 of a second. Good try, good try. What drink from our current generation do you think will be talked about in the future? I think what's wild is that we're the first generation to globally use... That was back to back. That's unbelievable. First try tabbing back in. The first generation to globally use the internet in the way we're doing now to communicate. That is really cool. Let go, bro. Let go, let go, let go. Oh! Wait, what did I do here? I did a left press at 44. That's wrong. That's very wrong. Okay. It's still technically correct, though, for an edge tool out of 9. Now my brain malfunctioned. Yeah, I panicked. Okay, so I'm driving. I'm holding right, left. I'm holding right, left. I'm holding right, left. I'm holding right, left. Okay. Edge says 10. Sorry, one too many. Double the edge count past 30 minutes? Yeah, it's accurate. Basically accurate. Will be used as an example of why social media is cancer, but it's not all bad things, right? It's not all bad things. Probably that too. I think I think future generations might raise their kids a bit differently, but these things have to be learned. You know, at one point smoking at home in front of your kids was pretty normal, and then they stopped doing that. I think TikTok under the age of 13 is probably gonna be more strictly policed in households. Oh, close. How many people have beat this map? 0. Already banned in Australia. I'm curious how that's gonna go. Oh. Oh, too late. I knew that was too late. Just surprised to get so many starts now. What I'm trying to do, exactly copy my ghost. Beat for beat, every single part of the way. At what age are you stopping content? I don't think I have any plan for that. I don't think I have any plan for it. I guess when it feels like I can take the next step. I don't know what the next step is, but I can't imagine I'm making gaming videos when I'm 50. Maybe I still do, but I think that would be undaring. I think then I would have gotten too comfortable, right? Because I have to imagine that by that time, and that's an absurd time in the future, right? That I will have been able to do most of what I do within gaming. And when you beat a game, you go to the next game. But the next game could be like mastering storytelling at a bigger level, or like, you know, something else. It'll go faster than you think? No, I know, right? It will go pretty fast. What is this monstrosity for map? It's more of a like mini-strosity, but yeah. It's the hardest map because it's the simplest one. And the only way I know to beat it is to do 5 precise inputs in a row. Still at this map in 50 years? Yeah, that would be crazy. How many attempts are you in? Well, we're 4 hours of attempts, almost 5 today. If you really enjoy what you're doing, don't change it. This goes for anything. True. But I think at the heart of, like, when you're really enjoying something most is when you feel like it's a proper challenge, but you also feel like you master it, you know? Like, that is satisfying. Like, some of my best Trackmania memories are the more difficult things I've done within the game. Like Deep Dip. Like, if Deep Dip was too hard and I quit, it wouldn't be a good memory. But when it's like perfectly difficult enough that like, damn, I did that. That's a fun memory. Blindfolded in the same way. Deep slip, yeah. So, I still enjoy this now. And streaming and gaming and making content, of course. And I think I always will, but I think I actually really liked that attempt. But I think what I maybe did wrong is I pressed left too late this time. I waited. You maybe heard I waited even. Let's see. Let go. Yeah. 43 needs a 52. Wait, what? No, I pressed that 42. Wait, guys, we have to hack this one. Wait. We have to hack this one. This is my best attempt yet. This is, like, unbelievably close. So I'm gonna hack finish this one so we can get the inputs and see what it is. You guys know the drill. Gonna open the hacking tool so I can press the jump button. Okay. Not doing this for every run anymore, but the ones that warrant taking a look at, we gotta check. Just gotta flip the car here. It's so hard underwater to land on wheels again. Maybe just one jump here and we get it. Bro, it's like, it like insists. Okay, there we go. We're on wheels. Get back to the platform real quick. Good. And then okay. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Fake run, hacked run. We just got attack. Hacked 6 maybe. Don't type GG. Do not type GG. I just want to see the exact input timings. And the only way you can extract input from a replay is if it completes. So even if it's hacked, you still save the inputs now in the game. That's the point of what we just did. Then I'm going to open it in Trackmania interface. I actually should now press this so that there's no confusion. And then, yeah, let's see. So hack number 6. We're gonna get the result here. Jump inputs. Oh! Bro, I pressed that. So the video is a bit deceiving, guys. I thought I pressed that 42 and 52, which would be 100th off. I actually pressed that 40 and 51, which is in total quite a few hundredths off. But that is something to take into account. Does it look like that in the video? It's saying I let go of pressing right at 40 in-game timer. So maybe I don't know what happened here, but yeah, in-game I let go at 40. But it still held at 42. And I pressed at 51. So this one makes more sense. So I think it's just that I don't know, maybe my keyboard display is slower sometimes at letting go. The actual overlay, yeah. Okay, either way, that's the 11th edge. That's the 11th edge. Close the cheat software, reboot the game. Wow, okay, that was close though. But yeah, the most accurate measure is what the game receives, of course. Like, that is the true value that we're going for. So, undoubtedly wrong. Let me reboot real quick. You still use Wooten keyboard? Yeah. If you get this way end stream, probably. I mean, I've been playing this for 5 hours now. This is the Tascos we're playing against, by the way. What, so he didn't do it? No, I got a very close attempt and I cheated to the finish to save the replay. Gonna play RPG Spain? No. Don't think so, because it's in a very busy month. April. Any clue about the big Trackmania update on January 27th? Well, it's on the 20-year anniversary of the stadium car. Maybe they add the stadium car 2.0. Don't you know the correct timings from the task itself? I do. I know what timings are correct, but I want to see how much I missed by. So if you count up the missed time, like by letting go of right at 5:40, which I did, I needed to let go of left, or press left 400ths later, so I missed by 400ths in total. So it was A04 off on the last input. I remember, guys, in 2019, I was at European Speedrun Assembly, and I was doing a Trackmania speedrun. And another Trackmania player who was there was Riolu, and he was also doing a Trackmania speedrun. So we were hanging out. First time meeting in person. But it was cool. And we talked a little bit, and Riolu had heard some insider information about the new Trackmania game, which would become Trackmania 2020. And what he told me was wild. And it likely was true. He told me he told me in a beta test that he'd driven a helicopter. That at one point they had a helicopter competition mode. But I think that idea was scrapped. Can you guys imagine Trackmania helicopter competition? Like, I think that might have been something they worked on at one point. But scrapped. And like in the old Trackmania game files, you find some placeholder names for environments that they might have scrapped. One of them is called the Moon Car. Another one is called the Toy Car. And these are just files that are in the game. Do you trust Riolu? I trust them with that, actually. But keep in mind, this is back in 2019. Almost 1 day of one-up. Oh, you're right. In total, one day of playtime. It's a big product. But guys, you know they have a boat game. Nadeo made a boat game in 2005 or something. And it's actually quite competitive. It's about sailing the bus. It's called Virtual Skipper. And they have ads for it in this Trackmania game. Some of the airships say Virtual Skipper on them. So apart from Trackmania, they made boat games. 24 hours upcoming, oh lord. Happy New Year. Last chance for sub 24 hours. Oh boy, alright, let's get it before we get to 2 days, shall we? 1 day playtime. Happy New Year's! Surely before 48 hours. Editor, don't zoom in on the timer. It's gonna happen before 48. They clearly didn't think about this map while deciding the start countdown. I actually stumbled upon an interview where they talk a little bit about the ideas behind the track design in this game, which is kind of interesting. And part of the design is making it easy for beginners to see where to go, and also, like, just the challenge of landing on this block when you're new is actually kind of hard. So that was more the idea than the countdown, yeah. There's also just this like idea you have to like they changed it of course, but you have a 3, 2, 1 countdown. Oh, yeah, let's make it 3 seconds long. That makes sense. But then they realized, wait, we don't actually need it to be that long, just although it's a 3, 2, 1. So it's halved in recent track minigames. Any Shoot Mania stories? I remember you having some a few years back. There was a scrapped Shoot Mania game, which I'm very glad Nadeo never made. It didn't get past like the concept art for it. I don't think they ever started work on it, but it was cursed. Really cursed. They also worked on like a quest game, yeah, Quest Mania. What about Gothic? Well, I know nothing about Gothic. Shoot Mania exists, yeah, but it was a spin-off, a branch from the original Shoot Mania. Is there no other function line on the Ghost? There's a few, but there's no line that does it in less than 4 inputs. This one does it in 5. There are some that get 6, but this is the easiest one to replicate, I think, at the input timings. Can you please explain what we're trying to do? So, the Ghost I'm playing against, I have to copy it literally perfect. Every input has to be the same at the exact same time. If I miss it by 100th, I can just reset, because it won't be the same run. And so the counters that you see at the top is the amount of times I've done it. On the ramp, I've gotten it 92 times the same in 4 hours. Well, 5 hours now soon. The landing, the turn landing, I've gotten 24 times. And the fourth and, well, input just before the last one, I've gotten 11 times correct. So basically, I've missed the very last input 11 times. And yeah, if I got the last one correct, we would have beaten it, of course. Is there no 5 or 6 where there's a bigger window of frames? Most of them require like perfect first ones, right? You won't really find a low input strategy where the first inputs have any wiggle room, but typically the last ones can sometimes have wiggle room. So there's different pairs of inputs that work for the 4th and the 5th press here. You've been here 2 hours and heard the explanation 5 times already. I have to repeat it because new people all the time. So That's just how it is. You believe this is harder on keyboard than controller? Well, on a controller, as you start moving the stick, it starts producing input values all the time. So it's outright impossible on controller for that reason. Keyboard is the only way. You're doing a 4 input, low input? This is 5 actually. 5 basically. That's not real? Well, it is. Pasta's done a 7. You don't understand low input? It's just a recipe. Like, we've looked with the tool assisted tools we have and checked so many input combinations, and we found that, oh, if you press right between 267 and 298 and you land and you press right at 420, you have a lot of chances for the last 2 inputs. This is a 5, you need 2 more than your best? Well, the first section is 2 inputs. It's press right and release right. So that first category is 2 inputs in one. It's a setup, yeah. Intricate setup. Same input equals same result, so that applies for any string of inputs. A machine could do this 100 inputs in a row, right? Oh. And that was at least 3 in a row, and now we're gonna check if it was 4. I think I held too long. Pressed left too early anyway. I'm maybe gonna count it. At 5:39 there is 1 press that works. And it wasn't 5:38, so... Well, it could have been actually. With the display maybe being white. I'm gonna count it though. It was close. Is that 18? I think so. Nice. Is there no other way to do it? The alternative is to try to do this without the exact line. And the last bounce is so precise that... I mean, I tried this for 20 hours without low input strategy in 2020 and I didn't get it. Oh, wrong scene. Others tried too. Why do you say the replay is curious? For comparison later. For video. I think it'll look quite satisfying because all of them are one ghost and then they just like a firework go into a lot of ghosts, you know? Barbarenko, thank you for the 29 months. Whoa. Is your opponent a keyboard player too? Yeah, that's a keyboard ghost, effectively. Isn't using tasks as a guide kind of cheating? It's not a guide because we already know the inputs. It's more a visual reference. But very common in Trek Media to play versus the task ghost. But it also depends. Like, I would say low input strategy by definition isn't really competitive. And so the competitive like the requirements I wouldn't be so strict about necessarily, as they're kind of a different category of competition. But here it's mostly just about beating the map, so then I think it's all fair game. Where and what are you looking at? Let me show you. I haven't shown this in a while, so maybe it's interesting to people. First input, I'm looking at this line on the ground, this one here. Second input being letting go of right, it's just a feeling thing. The third input is just about exactly when the car lands. And the last two are when the car goes off the edge. So that's what's good about this recipe, is that it has a lot of good visuals. Makes it a bit easier to replicate. Virtual, did you dye your hair? It looks less gray. I mean, it is not gray. It looks more blonde, perhaps. Have you always been so dedicated to finish map in Trackmania? I would think so. That I have 95. Like the grinds I did when I was a teenager, when there was less like focus on content and, you know, it was more for just the bragging rights to your friends and stuff, like, oh, I got this shortcut. I put in crazy hours. Now it's more like, if I'm gonna grind something for a long time, I have to justify it, because, I mean, spending 24 hours on one video is a lot less efficient for one product than just like weekly shorts, 1 hour discovery, couple a day, 45 minutes, you know? Like, you kind of have to make sure it's got enough value to you that you do that instead of what you could do with those 24 hours otherwise. But this product for me means a lot because I couldn't do it in 2020, so now I really want to do it. So extra motivation there. You know what I was about to get with 100 crowns. Thank you so much. Love the content. I hope you have a wonderful night and life. Likewise. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. 96 ramps. What got you into speed typing when you stopped? I wanted to learn how to type over 100 words per minute at one point. Because I thought, oh, then I can write scripts faster and emails faster. And writing faster is just a good skill to have, I thought. Like, it just is going to speed up anything you do on the internet or on a PC. So then I switched from typing with 2 fingers to typing with, like, every finger on both hands. Except for left thumb. I mean, you don't really use left thumb, but I don't anyway. But yeah, so that was the motivation. And then I went from 60 words a minute to 100 and something. I'm not gonna prove it. 100 and something, and now I'm happy. Left thumb for spacebar. I use right thumb for spacebar. You guys spacebar left thumb? Wait. I have to, yeah, no, right thumb for spacebar. I think. There's a viewer of mine who's really fast at typing. Like one of the fastest typers worldwide, Josh. And he actually alternates thumbs, which is even crazier. Right thumb when it's like better hand positioning, left thumb otherwise. That has to be weird. Every same person use. Why don't you use left for space? I don't get it. I use it in video games, obviously, left spacebar, but like I don't know. Right hand just falls more naturally. MLK thing for the prime. Chat getting crazy over which thumbs they use, yeah. What's the tells for timing? It's just visuals. Like a line on the ground or such. And feeling. Have you ever considered switching keyboard layout for faster words per minute? There's just never been any proof that the other models make you faster. It's been claimed, but the world record is still on QWERTY, which might be sample size. It might just be that, you know, way more people type on QWERTY, therefore you're likely to find the word icon QWERTY, but you'd think it would have a bigger impact than it probably does. But yeah, some people use Dvorak and Colmac, and there's another one. Workman, is that the one? No. Forget the last one. Asserty, yeah, but that's just QWERTY. That's just QWERTY. So, QWERTY with 2 letters swapped. QWERT's also same thing. Effectively the same. The other ones, like, put the most commonly used letters near the middle and the less used ones on the edges. Like for regular typing, there's certain words on QWERTY that have an immense drawback in that they're very slow to type. So some words I remember that are really annoying to type are like the word concede, to concede. But like C is a very common letter, E is a very common, like, but they're all kind of, it's kind of slow, it's all kind of clumped. Like, concede. Like, you have to, it's very, to type fast. Another one is Warcraft. Because it's all left hand. I don't like that one. There's a few more. Develop is very slow too. Develop is the most annoying word on monkey type. Camila Roa on YouTube chat asks, how did you get into Trackmania? Greetings from Spain. The very first time I played is, my brother has a lot of credit for this. He downloaded it on the family laptop back in the day. And when it was my time to use the laptop, he didn't log out. So he had Trackmania open on the laptop, and I thought it looked very colorful and green. So I wanted to try what that was all about, and then I installed it on my own account later and played for a bit. This was around 2008, 2009. Then I left it for many years. Just didn't play. Didn't have any reason to. I played other games. And then I saw some YouTube videos about it again in 2013-ish. Trackmania legends like Jav and Nino were uploading shortcutting videos. A12 Uber had just happened, and I was like, oh man, I gotta check this game out again. People are still playing this? That's crazy. And so then I started playing and became part of the community, and then, yeah. Now we're here, guys. Alternate timeline if my brother doesn't download Trackmania, I don't think, yeah, I probably wouldn't play it. Nino videos were the shit. Yeah, he was game changer. What would we have been if not a streamer? Not sure. I tried to get into composing. Like, composing film music for a while. Just before, like, everything blew up with streaming. But I likely would have failed at that too and done something else. I wasn't very good, but I did compose some things. Lol, you're a film composer? Wait, that's awesome. Oh, a 100th off, close. Who's your favorite composer? I really like Ramin Djawadi. Game of Thrones, Westworld soundtrack. Ennio Morricone, I think. Iconic. Can you show some of your pieces? I've done before, but I'm a bit shy about it. So, and I actually don't remember so much anymore. It's been a couple of years. But yeah. Fun times. And then Virgil flipped this burger. And then he put the fries in the bag. No, I mean, like, you have no guarantees, right? Like, I'm very fortunate that this all worked out. Very happy. Do you know if this map is possible? Yeah. If I do exactly what the other Norway card there does, then we beat the map. It's 5 inputs in a row, perfect. The Ghost is a tool-assisted speedrun. You can post music on the side as well? Oh, nice. Yeah, look at you guys. Composer community. What year at ESA? 2019. Summer ESA. You think you'll ever build another map like District 13? Maybe, but I don't find mapping, like, especially if it's a long map, to be that good stream content. And so, like, District 13 I spent a long time on. Another good one. We're gonna check this. Another one past the turn. Let go, yeah? Bro, this could have been very close. I think that's another edge, guys, because it's definitely either 542 release or 543, and that is good enough. And for that to work, I need to press left on 552 afterwards. And I pressed that 49. So 300ths off potentially. 300ths off potentially. How often are inputs pulled in this game? Every 100th of a second. So you have to be perfect down to 1/100th of a second timing. Well, we have studied at university if you hadn't been successful in streaming. Not sure. I felt very smart growing up, but then by the time, like, in high school, and I realized, oh, the smart that I was smart at, like, you know, multiplication tests in 4th grade elementary. It wasn't like advanced maths or anything like that, biology. So I think it would have to be something simpler. But I think what I've realized now is I would hope I ended up in something to do with history or something to do with archaeology or to do with storytelling. I think that's at the core of everything that I really enjoy now. Like discovery and storytelling and history, understanding history. I used to be smart, but the fog catches up. Sad. I've heard people explain this. By the way, this was number 100, guys. 100 in 5 hours. 100 first timings. Not bad. That's pretty good. Even if we don't get it today, guys, that's a lot of attempts. Enough with that. Also, you Andreas Berge, thank you for the 50 crowns. Not sure what you mean. I appreciate it. I've heard it explained as that I would, like, you are really far ahead at some point in the education system. So you stop having to try. You stop having to develop, like, study habits and take it so seriously because you can kind of just cruise. And then by the time it actually gets difficult, you have terrible discipline. I gotta move the text. Oh, yeah, this always happens. Okay. W. It's a bit scuffed, but that's a W. I'll fix. 100. Can also move this number a bit closer, maybe. Oh, wait. Is it not this one? There we go. Now it's a bit more compact. That's the biggest cope. It might just be a big cope. But that's a cope that makes you feel good. Anyway. Like, oh, I could have... If home, you know... And I don't know if it's accurate or not, but... back mission, thank you for the 30 months. Can you turn on 3D mode so I can use my glasses? Oh, sure, bro. 1 second. Let me know if it's working for you. I think we're gonna... that's enough of that. Please finish in 3D mode. You really think I would spend 24 hours and then ruin the winning moment with 3D mode? I can never do that. That would be criminal to one's own content. I almost ruined the winning moment by saying I was on the island earlier, so... You know, you don't get to choose what happens in a grind like this, it just happens. Oh god, okay. 101. Be clear, it was not just about the island. No, it was about kissing men on an island. Allegedly. But different island than the one that's in the news. Different island. Have you ever played Ghost? Someone asked that earlier too. I haven't. I've just seen some content about it. Is the Coke jacket product placement? No, it's just a jacket I wanted myself. It's like an old racing jacket kind of look. Not sponsored. Too bad Kaki's has been cancelled. Yeah, the Nations Forever Kaki events. I also think we'd see a lot of people get this, yeah. Ever try CS Surf? I tried it as a teenager and I was horrible at it. So I thought it would be just like racing games. Like, oh yeah. Watching, I don't know, Leafy's videos or something and just, oh yeah, this looks easy. But no. Actually kind of hard game. Nope. Not Leafy, unfortunately watched a couple of his videos as a teenager. It is what it is. I mean, he was the drama kid on the internet. Everyone was talking about it. Hard to avoid. And then you had to hear his response to the drama, and then hear a reasonable take, and then you would hear his take, and it was just like, yeah. Ice XT, thank you for the prime. You still play Mario Kart? Very rarely. Did you learn media literacy from him? No. Alright, Check the tapes. Check the tapes. Close. I think my prediction is I held right for too long. Yeah. Here it's already failed. But the left timing was incredibly good. Guys. I mean, I basically missed by 100th here. If I like go at 43 and I press left here, it works. So overall, I could say I missed by 200ths. 1 or 200ths in total. Like, that is an incredibly close attempt. It's closer than the ones that gets the 4th input correctly. Do we count it? Do we count it as an edge one? I mean, it's 200ths off. I think we count it. Like, that is a good attempt. It's a good last attempt, you know? Alright. Like, that was very much in the ballpark of potentially working. What are we listening to now? Okay, that's oh. It skipped to every Mario Kart world record? Okay. That's a wild playlist ad, okay. Let's do something else. How about something like this? When you play it on an online server, easier to play single player with the ghost that we're playing against. If I play it online server, you don't have the visual. So that is nice. And then, yeah, that's really the main reason. Oh, rip overlay, wrong scene, sorry. Guys, I might call it a day soon though, just so you know. I think I go until just before midnight or midnight, and then I'm gonna call it a day. Sorry, yeah, I know, wrong thing. You think you'll play another classical tournament? Probably at some point. What the hell? How often do you eat mux? Not that often, actually. It's nice, but I try to cook more at home. If I don't have time, then I could order something. Every gambler quits just before he wins big, I know. But it's been 5 hours of a 5-second map, bro. My brain is getting fried. Attempts are great, but we're getting fried. What time is it for you? 11:20 p.m. Are you training for the Trackmania games? I'm not playing any category in the Trackmania games that requires practice. Really. I mean, I'm playing the RPG one, but the maps are not out yet, and I'm playing Fast Learn. Which is kinda... you can't really practice for it. What's my PB? Missing the last input by 200ths. Bingo prep, too sweaty. Too sweaty. Don't need no bingo. We're gonna show up no bingo and still do pretty good, I think. Almost. 30% into the grind. Could decompress by playing Raid. I'm gonna decompress by sleeping at least. But how cool if we got it today though? And then we're just done. Oh. And then there's nothing to worry about. If I beat this offline, it would be lame. I'm gonna stream like when I beat this. This is one we're doing on stream. But have you guys found this okay today? Like stomachable? Because it has passed quicker than I thought it would actually. It has not been so slow as I thought it would be when I went live playing the same 5-second track for 5 hours. Let go. Okay, there's 3 frames there I might have missed and 2 early left. 2 early left on last. Think you zone out for 2 hours? That's honestly fine. It is the type of stream you can zone out to. Yep. You love grind streams the most? Okay, awesome. I mean, there is a bit of survivorship bias here in that the people who found this unbearable just clicked off already. You know? Like, we've already maybe filtered out a bit. Oh, so close. Like a lot interesting yapping. I've been told I am great background noise. Any hate watchers? We had Virtual's biggest fan saying he didn't believe. That's perhaps the most hurtful comment. Virtual's biggest fan lost faith. He's not even here anymore. Yep. Okay, 105. How did it feel to almost beat Magnus? You know, I started to feel a bit bad. Like a bit guilty of about to do something wrong, especially because it's so easy to then make this, like, I would call it a sly video, like how I beat Magnus Carlsen, and it's like, come on, you didn't actually, you know? So I think it ended up in a perfect way where, like, yeah, I made it a challenge for him on time, but he still got to do Magnus things. So, no, I think it was good. I'll bill you for the brain cells I lost. If you have to bill me for the brain cells, you might have not had a good starting balance, it sounds like. So, you gotta spare the ones you can hold on to. Ah, that was rude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. You're draining an ocean in Minecraft. Okay, that sounds slower than this. Guys, that was a silly roast. Just beat the map, please, no more stalling. Okay, lock in. This is the attempt. 100th off or something. How do you drive while looking at chat? This is not driving. This is not driving. I do probably drive better if I look at the screen, but truthfully, it's coming down to being like all feeling. Stream tomorrow? Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. I can't promise a starting time because, I mean, my body's been very strange the last days. I've been sleepier than I've ever felt. So I've done afternoon naps like a grandpa. Ah, too late. Can you help me settle a debate with my brother? Which is harder, Final Enigma or hardest Geometry Dash level? How long did they take for the hardest Geometry Dash level? Oh, so close again. 100. Like the guy that failed at the finish, but then got it. And like guys, there's inhumanly possible maps in both games. So the hardest one they've done. There's harder maps than Final Enigma that are inhuman. The countdown takes longer than the tries. Yeah, this is that way. Because I would say the thing with Final Enigma is that one of the hardest factors about the map has been that at some point the game would crash due to memory leak. Which means that when you start a run from the first like checkpoint, you have a deadline of just a few days. But if you could always save your progress at the last checkpoint, then I think it would have been beaten years ago. If the game didn't crash due to memory leak. Still very hard even if memory leak wasn't a thing, but like Trackmania players are pretty crazy. Oh, a bit much. Have you seen Dystopia by Flex? Do you think it's harder? I've seen it, yeah. Not sure. Harder than Final Enigma? It's probably same level. Did you react to the Final Enigma video? I mean, I was watching the stream when he beat the map. And I've been following Shmanuel's journey on the map, so yeah, I saw his record on the map. But I haven't reacted on stream to his documentary. Plasma progress update? No one's gotten any checkpoint on the map, humanly. Yeah, the memory leak was fixed with mod loader, that's true. What single Trackmania story is your personal favorite? Hard to say. The stories that I find the most endearing are the ones where it's like against all odds type of story. Like the story of this random guy, Victor, from Hungary, driving a Trackmania record randomly in 2006. He's trying to jump to the stadium roof. He accidentally crashes a pillar and gets a bug finish. And then it takes 14 years for someone to replicate a shortcut. Stuff like that I just love. Or like, probably, Fajugalu when he beats Deep Dip 2 as his first Trackmania map ever. That's automatically like a story that, you know, I find really inspirational. These kind of things. Because I mean, I think like if you have certain disciplines where talent is a big factor. And talent is impressive, but it's not so relatable. Like, you can watch a video of someone being very talented and be like, holy shit, that's cool, like, they're great. But you can also just reduce it to, but that's either a thing you're born with or you're not, and you can't... like, it's... like, we can't be Usain Bolt, you know? We can't be Michael Phelps. Like, they're incredibly good, but they're... in a way, so it's so unattainable to have a physique like that and put in the work that it's not so relatable. But then if you have the story of, let's say, the everyman doing something remarkable, that I think is really cool. You still have stories for documentaries? Plenty. Never have I had a shortage of stories to tell. It's more time. Time and priorities. Oh. Very interested to see how only playing Deep to 2 is going to translate to other maps. Yeah. Same. His personal best is at the end of floor 15 after 1700 hours. And there's 16 floors in total, so he's pretty close. But he's only played that map, guys. He hasn't played other Trackmania maps to learn how ice slides work. Like, he's just played the practice levels of Deep Flip and Deep Flip itself. He doesn't know how to drift, yeah, because it's just such a different approach. More like 2,500 hours with edge practice, yeah. Any big product plan after this? I mean, not like grind product on stream necessarily. There's gonna be Trackmania games, competition in that. There's gonna be the new update on the 27th. You know, we can get back to weekly shorts and that kind of thing. Maybe some campaigns. But yeah, this is just a window in time and an opportunity to do this now that I'm really excited about. Alex27147, thank you for the sub, appreciate it. Oh, close. How about blindfold? Well, been there, done that. What are your thoughts on the upcoming update? I mean, we'll see what they add. Who knows? Who knows if it's gonna be hype? It's very strange, that first one. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to add that. Because, like, it looks like I'm pressing too late, but then it actually is the correct line. Will they attempt double dip? No. Satisfying when the cars line up perfectly? Yeah, that's the point. Very satisfying when you see you get it. Do you know how they decided which flags to put in the stadium? I think they're mostly alphabetical. Like, A for Austria, B for Belgium, B for Brazil, Bulgaria, Canada, China. Like, they go alphabetically, but maybe in French. Maybe it's alphabetical in French to a certain degree. But there's also some flags on A, like Australia, that doesn't have a stadium flag. At least not on this side, maybe on the other side. There's Algeria on the other side, so... Wait, not in this game. Yeah, not sure. No Swedish flag, though. Look, Norway has a flag, Denmark, and Finland, but no Sweden. Based development. Sweden is here though, next to the start block, you might have seen. Yeah, here. And I don't think Norway is on this strip of things. No, it's not. So Norway is not on this strip of flags. Because it's mirrored. But Sweden is. Switzerland both lists holy, yeah. Fuck. I'm losing focus. Very hard to remain focused. Can we see current close fails layered before Shimon? Sure. It's gonna be loud because there's so many cars, but I can boot up. Don't know who is more out of their mind, Virtual for trying this, or you guys watching. You're definitely left less investment, like you guys can just... I will be remembered as a failure if I don't do this now, right? Failing twice at the last map, we can't have that. So I have to be invested all the way. Like, I'm all in at this point. But you guys can just like, oh yeah, you know what, I'm a bit tired, I'm gonna go. So I think I have a duty now to do this to myself. However long it takes, so I gotta be locked into it. Oh, close. Late. On time. No way to reduce the timer in the start. You could mod it, but that opens a can of worms. I like that the game is vanilla for the most part. Is this the only one you didn't clear last time? Yep. And now we're back here. Black Ghost and Cooter Griffin, thank you guys. Did you know that it's only a myth that people swallow up to 8 spiders in a year? The only people eating spiders are weirdos at a circus and Mary Jane. Yeah, this was one of the earliest internet myths. But it spread very fast. I think some people sent out an email about it or something. Very, very early on. PJ Gamer, I think, 8 months. Haven't been in your channel in a long time. Did you switch controller? No. Still doing keyboard. Best of luck. Thank you. Oh. It's not 8, it's 80. That sounds crazy. Was it as hard to do for the current world record as it is for you? No one has beaten this map yet. It's unbeaten still. So we'll see. We're just playing against the task ghost. Tool assist the ghost. To create the exact inputs. Spiders are animals that don't want to be eaten, so they don't go into your mouth. Makes a little bit of sense when you think about it. Or there's just one guy munching in his sleep, bringing up the average, yeah. Yeah guys, at 25 hours, I think we're gonna call it a day. Is that a deal? 25 hours on the timer. That's 6 hours of a 6-second map. I think that's okay. And then we go again tomorrow. So I'm noticing like the frequency at which I get the first part even has gone down, and my precision on the second input too. Can still get it, but no low input drama. For regular leaderboards there was, until it was decided that it should go on a separate leaderboard. But for a map like this, which is essentially a trial map or a khaki map, people have been using low input strategies and will continue to do so. Because the goal is more to beat the map than to get the best time. But people still, you know, see regular driving as more pure, which is true, I think. It's kind of like in chess. It's more pure to think of the best moves for yourself than to repeat the best engine moves. So if you're a purist, this is like, you know, hardly playing the game. I'm just repeating an input sequence. I'm not having to aim myself or anything like that. I'm still having to do something difficult, but it's got less to do with like being good at Trackmania. When you're starting tomorrow? Don't know. Depends on how I sleep. So we'll see. Basically just using a keyboard and Trackmania happens to be on. That's what it is, yeah. Would be neat to map inputs on a graph over time. I'm gonna try to have, so the idea originally was to have Jav make a program so that you guys could see how much I miss each input by. Up top as well, not just like the ghost. But I couldn't get it to work. He actually made that for me, but I couldn't get it to work. So I'm gonna try to have that tomorrow. Because that's maybe easier to see than me having to go and check every time. Jav the goat? Yeah, he is the goat. Oh. Oh, 100 too late. Play this more in the day. The whole challenge I have, yeah. This map, 6 hours coming up on. Can you explain how inputs influence the car when you're in the air? Yeah, so you'd think it doesn't matter, but like if I hold left in the air now after steering right, I'm not sure you notice, but the car stops rotating very slowly. Like you can counter the rotation of the car. And the input that we do after landing is like just after landing. Normally, if it was before landing, you could kind of hold it, since it's the same way you're rotating. But because it's only working after the car has barely landed and then you press, it's hard timing. Else it will be trivial. Left, right in the air, do something? Yeah. They always make the nose pitch less down. It's like half an air brake. But they also stop your sideways rotation. So you have to think about that too when you're going for something like this. It's 10% chance of each input. This will only take about 100,000 attempts. Well, it's quite better, much better odds than that, I think. Like when I'm in the flow, I think I hit the first ones more often. If you get a turn attempt, you also count ramp? Yeah. They're counted in both. So, for the second input, for example, I have 21 or 28 out of 111. Which is better than 10%. And the edge one is better as well than 10%. Sleep virtually, we will not get this in the last 5 minutes, I know, but I want to play it out anyways. And then we can look at some comparisons, and then we'll call it a day, I think. So it's 4.01 timings, it's actually 5. 5 in total. But there's some that, the last two, there's quite a lot that work. Quite a lot of combos. Please don't tell me you did this for 6 hours. I absolutely have. And I don't regret it. I don't regret it. I regret not having the energy to do it more. Bro, that was almost a buzzer beater. Percent, I think, for the 5 gifted. That was the first 3 at least. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, I appreciate that. 9 was like that. Well, that... Can you save replay, Emmanuel? I want to see if you actually got close manually. Nah, I held too long. Yeah, when I haven't gotten here in a while, I think I hold too long. Should have let go of right. Left timing was good, but only because I held for too long. It looks close, but right timing missed. Really hope that did not affect. No, I was very locked in. And your alert came through after. You're all good for Santia. Thank you so much. Oh, did I save that? I'm not sure I saved that replay. Anyway, it's fine. 25 hours, guys, is coming up. Chance of bug fin, 0, actually. None of the successful angles lead to bug fin. Iceman, thank you for 6 months. 25 hours. Okay, last try. No. Alright. Before I head off, guys, we're gonna do some comparisons. Just to show, like, I think the progress so far, you know? 1 second. Gonna boot up all the replays I have thus far. Including the hacked ones, so. Forgive them if they look a bit strange. Zaps, thank you for the 1 year. Appreciate that a lot. These are all real attempts from today. That's so stupid. Like, it's one car until here and then just boom. Yeah, that's 20 something real attempts. Shotgun projectile here. But yeah, here you see why it matters, right? It's all the same car, and then here they all get different input timings. None of them the exact sets that work. I think this was probably the closest. But it's not a good timing. Actually, I had 2 of that one. Yeah, 2 different ones that were like that. Cam frozen Olard. Fix. Dude, it looks like I'm picking my nose. The hell? Infinite nose scratch. Okay, fixed. Fixed. Yeah, we go again tomorrow, guys. Good first session. Shows that it's possible. I just gotta practice my last 2 timings. I'll try to have the software so you guys can see the timings too. And then, yeah, we see. Gonna play weekly tomorrow? Maybe. We are kind of running low on virtual TV videos, so I should do some recording tomorrow. It might be good also to even take a break, so like maybe we do a little bit of this, play weekly shorts or something, and then come back to it. Because I think what helped today was actually taking some breaks and like looking at some pyramid stuff and some archaeology stuff, like just resetting your mind a bit so it's not too much one thing. Yo, Marius, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. I'm just about to end as well, but I appreciate the raid. This is so silly. Can maybe do a preview of what it might look like cinematically. Let's say you have a camera over here and a little bit of slow-mo coming through, like right here until here. Alright, let's see. Oh, that's a bit too slow, Did I get it? No, I got 28 attempts basically at the ending here. But they all missed the timings. So this is 28 cars. Scatter. Some of them look very good from this angle, like these ones. Or this one up here. But they're wrong timing, so they will always fail. Kinda cool though, no? Dude, this one looks so good. Look at this perspective. Psych. Damn. Cool stuff. Guys, I will see you tomorrow. Likely afternoon Europe hours. You could estimate I'll be live in like 15, 16 hours from now. So thank you all for watching the stream today. Appreciate it a lot. I know it's not the most... I mean, it's interesting in its own way, but it's very repetitive. So appreciate you guys sticking it out, having the stream in the background. And I'll see you tomorrow. And maybe we beat it tomorrow. Would be very cool if we do. I am going to raid you guys over to Sneaky Annie. I think she's doing a cup. To go give her some support. And yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye, friends. Take care. Bye-bye, all. Good night. Have a good Saturday. See you. Bye-bye.